Good morning and welcome to Round the Globe on Aneke TV. First, let's look at stories making the headlines. National Assembly leadership dragged to court over bribery allegations. Federal government condemns kidnap of top neurosurgeon in Anambra. Patients stranded as resident doctors strike ground services in hospitals. Over 1 million Nigerian students benefit as NEL Fund disburses 116 billion naira in student loans. Police deny allegations of torture in death of suspected IPOB financer. On the foreign scene, Donald Trump threatens military action over killings of Christians in Nigeria. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth visits Seoul amid rising regional tensions. Moroccan king welcomes UN support for Western Sahara autonomy proposal. Tanzania's opposition rejects President Hassan's landslide victory, alleges electoral fraud amid deadly protests. I am Aneke. Now the news in details. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SIRAP, has taken legal action against the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, and House of Representatives Speaker Tajuddin Abbas over allegations of bribery and abuse of office. The lawsuit follows claims that lawmakers pay as much as 3 million naira to present motions, bills and petitions in the National Assembly. In a viral video, a House member, Ibrahim Ayo, alleged that such payments are made to lobby all 360 members for approval of legislative items. The claims have triggered public outrage and renewed concerns about integrity within the legislature. SIRAP is asking the court to compel the National Assembly leadership to refer the matter to anti-corruption agencies for investigation. The organization is also seeking protection for Ayo as a whistleblower under the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. The rights group says the allegations, if proven true, would amount to a serious breach of public trust and undermine Nigeria's democracy. No date has been fixed yet for the hearing of the case. The federal government has strongly condemned the abduction of Dr. Tochukwu Mbanugo, a consultant neurosurgeon with the Nnamdi Azikiwe University Teaching Hospital in Nnewi, Anambra State. Dr. Mbanugo was reportedly kidnapped last Thursday near Omata Junction after completing several life-saving operations, including a complex brain surgery. The Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isaac Salako, described the abduction as a tragic attack on humanity and a blow to Nigeria's fragile health system. He appealed to security agencies to intensify efforts to rescue the doctor safely and without delay. The Ministry of Health says it is coordinated with the police, the Department of State Services and the local vigilante groups to trace the kidnappers. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Medical Association has called for Dr. Mbanugo's immediate and unconditional release. Dr. Salako warned that Nigeria, with fewer than 150 practicing neurosurgeons for a population of over 220 million, cannot afford such losses. He reaffirmed government's commitment to protecting all health professionals across the country. Medical services across major hospitals in Abuja have been paralyzed as the strike by the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors enters another week. The industrial action has left thousands of patients stranded, with wards and emergency units at the National Hospital and Federal Medical Center Jabi nearly deserted. Despite assurances by the federal government to release over 11.9 billion naira to clear salary arrears, the doctors insist they will not resume work until all 19 of their demands are fully met. These include improved working conditions, hazard allowances, and prompt payment of entitlements. Nurses and hospital staff confirmed that only skeletal services are being rendered, with many patients forced to seek care in private clinics. Some critical and accident cases have reportedly been left unattended. Observers say the situation once again highlights the fragility of Nigeria's healthcare system and the urgent need for dialogue between government and medical unions to prevent further loss of lives. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, says more than 1 million students have benefited from its new student loan scheme since its launch in May 2024. The agency reports that a total of 116 billion naira has been disbursed to students across universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education nationwide. NEL Fund described the achievement as a major milestone in President Bola Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda, emphasizing the government's commitment to expanding access to higher education. The agency says that the loans are designed to support students from all backgrounds, especially those from low-income families. In preparation for the 2024-2025 academic year, Nelfund has reopened its verification portal and given institutions until October 14 to complete verification of their students. It warned that schools failing to meet the deadline risk excluding their students from the current funding cycle. The agency reiterated that the scheme will continue to operate with transparency and accountability to ensure every qualified Nigerian student has equal opportunity to pursue higher education. The federal government has officially handed over 4 major roads in Abia State to the state government for completion. The roads include the Owerri-Umaka route, the Umuahia-Ikotekpene road, and the Omeuzo Bridge, among others. So I'll take that again, and the Omeuzo Bridge, among others. Minister of Works, Senator Dave Umahi, who performed the handover ceremony, said the move followed a formal request from Governor Alex Otti and approval by President Bola Tinubu. He explained that the collaboration is part of the renewed hope infrastructure agenda to speed up development across the country. Umahi praised Governor Otti's commitment to road rehabilitation and assured that the federal government would continue to partner with states willing to complete stalled projects. He also inspected ongoing work in the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, where he directed contractors to adhere strictly to engineering standards. When completed, the expressway will feature an 8-lane carriageway with improved lanes to seaports and industrial hubs. The initiative is expected to boost trade, mobility, and economic activities across Abia and neighboring states. The Imo State Police Command has denied allegations that its officers tortured the suspected financer of the Indigenous People of Biafra (IPOB) to death while in custody. The suspect, identified as Magnus Ejiogo, also known as Emo, was said to have died at the Federal University Teaching Hospital Owerri while awaiting arraignment. Police spokesperson Mr. Henry Okoye described the reports circulating on social media as false and malicious. He explained that the suspect developed a sudden illness in detention and was immediately taken to the hospital where doctors confirmed his death. Mr. Okoye said the late Ejiogo had been linked to several violent incidents, including the 2022 killing of a traditional ruler and an attack on Agua police station that left 5 officers dead. The command announced that a full autopsy will be conducted to determine the exact cause of death. It urged the police to disregard unverified reports and remain calm while the investigation continues. A family in Imo State has appealed to the federal government to intervene in the alleged death of their son, 33-year-old Obinna Okadu, in a so-called slave labor camp in Thailand. The victim was reportedly lured with the promise of a high-paying factory job but ended up trapped in an underground work facility. According to the family, Obinna and several other Nigerians had their passports seized and were forced to work under inhumane conditions. They alleged that he was beaten and injected with an unknown substance after complaining of exhaustion, raising fears of organ harvesting. The family has called on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Nigerian Embassy in Bangkok, and international human rights groups to investigate and rescue other victims still held captive. Reports suggest that such fraudulent job syndicates have shifted their operations from Nigeria to countries like Myanmar and Cambodia, where they continue to exploit unsuspecting Africans under the guise of employment offers. And this news broadcast is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder and major developments in the news. The leadership of the National Assembly has been dragged to court over alleged bribery. The federal government condemns the kidnap of a top neurosurgeon in Anambra State. Over 1 million Nigerian students benefit as Nelfund disburses 116 billion naira in student loans. And the police denied torturing a suspected IPOB financer who died in custody. Coming up shortly, U.S. President Donald Trump threatens military action over the killings of Christians in Nigeria. Morocco's King Mohammed VI hails UN support for the Western Sahara Autonomy Plan. And in Tanzania, opposition parties reject President Samia Hassan's landslide victory amid deadly protest. Please stay with us.
Hello, I'm Deborah Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Round the Globe on Aneke TV. Now we move over to the foreign scene. The United States President Donald Trump has warned that his administration may take military action in Nigeria following reports of attacks on Christians in parts of the country. Mr. Trump, who made the remarks while returning to Washington from Florida, said the United States is considering a range of options, including troop deployment and airstrikes. The statement came shortly after the U.S. relisted Nigeria as a country of particular concern for alleged violations of religious freedom. The designation places Nigeria alongside China, Russia, and North Korea on Washington's watch list. The statement came shortly after the U.S. relisted Nigeria as a country of. In response, Presidential aide Daniel Bwala said Nigeria welcomes U.S. support against terrorism as long as it respects the nation's sovereignty and territorial integrity. He noted that Mr. Trump's comments may open the door for fresh dialogue on strengthening bilateral security cooperation. The remarks have generated mixed reactions from political observers and diplomatic analysts, with some warning that the statement could strain relations between the two countries if not managed carefully. Meanwhile, the federal government has dismissed recent remarks by Donald Trump, President of the United States, alleging widespread killings of Christians in Nigeria and calling for the country's designation as a country of particular concern. In a statement, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs described Trump's comments as inaccurate and unreflective of Nigeria's current realities. The statement, signed by Kimebi Ebenfa, ministry's spokesperson, emphasized that Nigerians of all religious backgrounds have historically lived, worked, and worshipped together in peace. The government reaffirmed its commitment to promoting interfaith harmony and protecting citizens' rights under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu. It also stressed that Nigeria continues to wage a sustained battle against terrorism and violent extremism across its regions. The U.S. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, has arrived in Seoul for high-level meetings aimed at redefining the role of American forces stationed in South Korea. His visit comes amid rising tensions in the Asia-Pacific region and the concerns over North Korea's continued missile tests. Hegseth is scheduled to meet South Korea's Defense Minister Ang Yu-bak for the annual Security Consultative meeting. The discussions will focus on regional stability, cyber defense, and the future of the 28,500 American troops currently based on the Korean Peninsula. Reports suggest that Washington is considering more flexible deployment arrangements that could allow U.S. troops to operate beyond Korea in response to China's growing military influence and threats to Taiwan. During his visit, Hegseth will also tour the demilitarized zone separating North and South Korea. The area remains one of the most heavily guarded borders in the world as Pyongyang continues to reject international calls for dialogue. Morocco's King Mohammed VI has commended the United Nations Security Council for adopting a resolution in support of the country's autonomy plan for Western Sahara. The U.S.-sponsored resolution, passed on Friday, urges renewed negotiations based on Morocco's 2007 proposal, which offers self-rule under Moroccan sovereignty. The king described the development as a turning point in efforts to end the 5-decade-long dispute with the Algeria-backed Polisario Front. He reaffirmed his government's readiness to present an updated version of the autonomy proposal as the sole basis for future talks. King Mohammed expressed gratitude to the United States, France, Britain, Spain, and several African and Arab nations for backing the initiative. He said the resolution represents the strongest international endorsement yet of Morocco's claim to Western Sahara. The decision is expected to ease tensions in North Africa and pave the way for peaceful resolution to one of the continent's longest-running territorial conflicts. In Tanzania, the main opposition party, Chadema, has rejected President Samia Suluhu Hassan's landslide election victory, alleging widespread electoral fraud. The ruling Chama cha Mapinduzi party candidate reportedly secured over 97% of the vote. The opposition claims the results were fabricated, citing the disqualification of major rivals and intimidation of voters in several regions. Protests erupted in major cities, leading to violent clashes with security forces. Human rights groups report multiple casualties, with the United Nations confirming at least 10 deaths. The government, however, insists the figures are exaggerated and accuses the opposition of inciting unrest. A nationwide curfew and internet restrictions remain in force as President Hassan calls for calm. She described the demonstrations as unpatriotic and vowed to uphold peace and stability across the country. Now in business, the European Union and the French government have announced a joint investment of 10.2 million euros to strengthen Nigeria's pharmaceutical manufacturing sector. The funding unveiled in Abuja under the Global Gateway MAV Plus initiative will support the QualiMed Nigeria project. The 44-month project aims to boost local production of essential medicines, improve drug quality, and enhance access to healthcare technologies. Under the agreement, the EU will contribute to 10 million euros, while France will add 200,000 euros through its foreign ministry. EU Ambassador to Nigeria, Gautier Mignot, said the partnership highlights Europe's commitment to supporting Africa's health resilience and strengthening EU-Nigeria relations. French Ambassador Marc described the initiative as a symbol of shared values in promoting global health equity. The project will also enhance the capacity of Nigeria's National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, positioning it as a regional hub for innovation and scientific advancement. Now moving to the world of sports, Eyimba International Football Club ended their 5-game winless streak with a convincing 2-0 victory over Kano Pillars in Aba. Goals from John Bassi and Eddie John Ezekiel in the first half secured the win and eased pressure on coach Stanley Egoma. The victory lifts Eyimba to mid-table and restores confidence ahead of next week's derby against Abia Warriors. Pillars, on the other hand, remain at the bottom of the Nigeria Premier Football League standings. In other fixtures, Abia Warriors defeated Niger Tornadoes 2-1 away from home to move top of the table, while Rivers United edged Nasarawa United by a lone goal. Ikorodu City continued their impressive home from beating Kun Khalifat 2-0 in Lagos. Meanwhile, Enugu Rangers were held to a goalless draw by El Kanemi Warriors as Remo Stars suffered a 3-1 defeat to Kwara United. Next week's fixtures promise more excitement as the league enters a decisive phase. In entertainment, reality TV star Big Brother Nigeria winner Aneke surprised Nollywood actress Toyin Abraham with a cash gift of 1 million naira during a token marking his daughter's dedication ceremony. The gesture drew applause and excitement from guests at the lavish event. Videos circulating online showed Mercy handing over the bundles of naira to an astonished Toyin Abraham, who expressed gratitude for the unexpected generosity. The event was attended by several celebrities from the entertainment industry. Mercy, known for her flamboyant lifestyle, recently made headlines for a luxury birthday celebration in Greece. Fans have praised her for showing genuine support and kindness toward fellow entertainers. Observers say the moment captured the spirit of camaraderie among Nigerian entertainment stars, proving that friendship and goodwill still thrive in the industry. And that's all around the globe. But before we end around the globe, here are the main points. U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened military action over the reported killings of Christians in Nigeria. Patients remain stranded nationwide as the resident doctor strike continues to paralyze activities in government hospitals. The Abia State government takes over federal roads within the state to fast-track construction and ease transportation. And on the foreign scene, Tanzania's main opposition party has rejected President Samia Suluhu Hassan's landslide victory amid deadly post-election protests. And that's the news on Aneke TV at 9 a.m. For more stories and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the news producer, Chidima Sogwa, I am Amaka Nnechi. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimi Kemede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles, such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991 from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility. Helping others is not weakness. It is humanity. A kind word, a shared meal, a listening ear can change someone's life. You don't have to be rich to help. Compassion is the greatest wealth. Lend a hand when you can.
Hello, I'm very Deborah Wakoba.
I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obo Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Morning Nigeria, and good morning 042, and a beautiful morning to everyone watching. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, waking you up with style, spirit, vibe, and that's energy or sunshine. I am Deborah Wakoba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Aneke.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or even making breakfast, thank you for joining us this beautiful Monday morning. And we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and today is Monday, 3rd, 2025. It's another new month, and it's a month of November. So it's a power-packed morning today here on Sunrise. And of course, we've got you that latest news, hot topics, and trending stories all in Sunrise today.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax. The ship has set sail because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and coming up shortly, we'll kick off things with our quote of the day, with words that are inspiring, educative, and also offers insight to whatever we do.
Then, it's straight into today's top headlines. All our newspaper reports will be served hot and tasty.
Yes, and we've also got your weather report for today, covering cities in the southeast to help us stay ready or stay well prepared before stepping out. Or if you've already stepped out, it's to keep us throughout the rest of the day.
And later we'll wrap things up by bringing up global celebrations and observance to lift your spirit.
All right, now to our morning show inspiration segment. So we'll be taking a look at a powerful quote by U.S. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, who once said, "Good manners will open doors that the best education cannot." I'll take that again, coming from U.S. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, who once said, "Good manners will open doors that the best education cannot." Now, this statement is packed with wisdom, and it reminds us that while education is important and gives us knowledge, it's our character and attitude that often take us even further. Good manners, things like showing respect, saying please and thank you, listening to others, and treating people kindly, can create lasting impressions that no degree or certificate can replace. And in a world where qualifications are everywhere, how you make people feel still matters most. Whether it is in the workplace, at school, or even just meeting someone new, politeness and humility can open doors that credentials alone may not. So as we step out today, let's remember knowledge gives you power, but good manners and you people. And when you win people, you truly win opportunities. So today, let's try and have good manners, be polite. There's this rhythm or this song normally taught in schools or in nurseries. They teach it to students. I'm trying to remember it, where it says there are five special words that I know. It's please, excuse me, sorry, and thank you. And the last one is pardon me, something like that. Yes. So today's quote, coming from Clarence Thomas, who is a Supreme Court Justice, said good manners can actually, let me get to the quote. Okay, good manners will open doors that best education cannot. Now, it's not about your education. What qualifies you is not your education, it's not your degree. You might have all these things. You might have PhD, you might be a doctor, you might be whatever you are. But when you don't have good manners, you find out people don't like you. Most people don't. And most people don't even see you as a good person, even if you have all these qualifications. Now what they see you as is someone that is being rude, someone that is they might call you a snob, they might call you any names actually. But then if you have good manners, even if you say thank you or please, it's actually a part of showing good manners. So, and people will see you and know you for that. So education does not make you who you are, although it can add to it, but then manners is what makes you who you are. And Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your thoughts on this quote that says, good manners will open doors that education cannot.
All right, David, this is quite apt coming from the U.S. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. When he made this quote, he's talking about good manners, being able to open doors that best education cannot.
Okay.
And if I may want to go a little bit further, I can aver that even when the education opens that door for you, for that door to remain open, you need manners. So this is deep and quite up. And when you talk about manners here, we're talking about character of the person. If the door, let's say your qualification opens that door at all, let's say your connect, your background opens that very door. But for that door to remain open, you need to have good manners. And that's the character. Who are you? talking about manners, it's talking about your personality, talking about character. Are you someone that is reliable? Can people bank on your words?
Yeah.
Do you keep to time? Are you sincere? When, looking at this now, it now reminds me of that one, the Igbos have one adage or proverb. They say that when nwata kwọcha aka, osoro ọgaranya rie nri, literally translated, and when a child washes his or her hands clean, he dines with the elders,
Yeah.
or he dines with the rich. And this is about it. When you have that good manner, even if, like I've averred, that the door is open for you by benevolence of your background, by benevolence of your family, by benevolence of that education, but for it to remain open, then you must have good manners. And if you have good manners, you will see that other doors could begin to open before or from the initial openings. You will see further doors being opened for you. And like you've rightly pointed out, you will see men would fall over themselves to fight for your righteous cause. Men will fight over themselves to uplift you. Men will stand in your place to hold forth for you, to speak for you, because you're a man that has proven to be reliable, to be worthy in character. And that's what manner talks about. Are you sincere? Let me break it down, Debbie. We're talking here about being able to retain, say the truth when is required. That's number one. That's good manner. Being respectful is another one. Respect here doesn't mean hierarchy alone. Respect subordinates. Respect those above you in the ladder. That's respect for everybody. Are you in the marketplace? Respect your customer.
Okay.
Respect those who sell to you and those who you sell to. And that's good manner. I can tell you categorically, Debbie, that this is quite apt for bringing it out. It begins to open a lot of doors, a lot of opportunities that you may not think of. So this is very, very apt. And when we go further, Debbie, remember what we talked about the other day. Being reliable, the one that people can count on.
Yeah,
People will count on you that you have set appointment for 2 o'clock and they know that you'll be there by 2 o'clock. That means people can count on you. That's part of good manner. So this is very broad. But Clarence Thomas, in his wisdom, has brought it in a way that is very concise, quite comprehensible to understand, that we can put it in our pocket and work with it. And if you imbibe this quote, that good manners will open doors that the best education cannot. If you have this at the back of your mind, then you will stand on your feet, be on your toes, and see that you're of good behavior. And like you just broke it down very well with these keywords you mentioned. You talked about please, you talked about excuse, you talk about thank you, you talk about pardon. This is pleasantries that have gone deep to portray what character you are. Being able to say thank you in the least of favor done to you begins to, if I still go back to those Igbo adages and proverbs, the Igbos are rich in it. And they will say that na eto dike na nkomeru omozo. Simply put, that when you praise the hero or anybody for the little they've done, they will go ahead to do better and do more. And that's it. When you're grateful for little favor done to you, whoever you're grateful for will not hesitate to go forward, to go further in doing more for you. And that could lead to new opportunities, new open doors. And you've quite really pointed out when you say, please pardon me. Being able to apologize when you are wrong, that speaks to a character trait that is not found in a lot of persons. That is very rare in these times. And if you as a person, you imbibe this trait, you begin to see that more opportunities will open, even if that very door has opened as a result of your background, as a result of the influence from where you come from. You will see other doors opening. And then you spoke that key word that lacks in a lot of us, that human approach to issues, that is please. And I can categorically tell you, I do remember when you brought up the issue of anger and anger management, you will see that the word please begin to dissuade a lot of frayed nerves, and things begin to fall in their place, things begin to align and work well. With these keywords, I can categorically tell you that not just one door will open. You see many doors being unlocked in your favor. And Debbie, this is quite apt. Good manners will open doors that best education cannot. We've seen PhD holders, we've seen professors struggle, even when they are at the head of a very little organization, and you see them being messed up by ordinary cleaners, ordinary gate men, because they are either proud or pompous to learn from women who have been in such organizations over time, who knows the rudiments of that environment, but because they were proud, their manner has foreclosed the door for them, and you see them not lasting in such position. So this is indeed quite apt, baby.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much for that. So please, let's try today or this morning to stay kind, stay cautious, be polite, and keep shining this morning. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, it will be the weather report. Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeanyi.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Thank you, and you're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Let's take a look at the weather across major cities in the southeast today.
Yes, and we're starting today with Awka. In Awka, expect a cloud-covered start in Awka with temperatures hovering in the low 20 degrees Celsius. As the day warms into the afternoon, the skies stay mostly cloudy and there'll be some rain, quite likely by midday, so you might want an umbrella handy.
And over to the coal city. In Enugu is a warm, cloudy start with mid-20s degrees Celsius, rising eventually into the highs of 20s to low 30 degrees Celsius by afternoon. Clouds dominate, but later there is a chance of thunderstorms, especially later in the day.
And in Abakaliki will begin on the clouds with mild temperatures. By midday, it will warm up to nearly 30 degrees Celsius. Rain showers likely appear around the morning to afternoon transition. So clothing-wise, go for something light and keep a rain jacket or umbrella nearby.
Good morning, Imo State, and over to Owerri. Owerri's outlook is similar. Start in the low 20 degrees Celsius. Gradually climb into upper 20 degrees Celsius. Cloud cover dominates all day, and rain is likely around midday afternoon. For those commuting or planning outdoor errands, leave a little early and be rain ready.
Yes, and lastly in Umahia will see a cloudy morning starting around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius, warming up through the day into the high 20 degrees Celsius. Rain arrives in the late morning, early afternoon. So again, an umbrella is your friend, and if you're out and about in the afternoon, better plan indoor options.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay comfortable, keep your umbrella handy. But do remember that rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll take a short break and I'll be right back.
I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeanyi.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now let's take a look at what's making front page news today in Daily Trust, Punch, Vanguard and The Guardian newspaper. Now on the Daily Trust headline, we have Nigerians denounce U.S. invasion threats. And in the Punch headline, it reads CPC blacklist. 12 Nigerian governors, other officials may face U.S. sanction. Now on the Vanguard headline, it reads Trump outrage over plan to attack Nigeria. And on the Guardian headline, we have Trump's warning unsettled, Nigeria raises concern over religion sovereignty. And on today's morning show on Sunrise, we have our guest, Mr. Chris Anibogo, joining us today on our newspaper review. Thank you, Mr. Chris, for joining us today.
Thank you, Debbie.
Yeah,
Thank
Chris.
you, Mr. Sai.
Yeah,
Happy new month of November.
Yeah, so excited to
You're
see
welcome,
the new
sir.
month.
Thank you very much.
All right. Now, as we can see in the news headlines today, we have almost the same thing on the headline, talking about the country of particular concern designation. Mr. Auchi, I would like to know what you can say about this. Like, what do you think the way forward is? Because I believe, for one, that no country will be able to survive a religion war or any attack or any war at all. Because as we've read in the headlines, let's say from the Daily Trust, coming from Daily Trust, that Nigerian denounce U.S. invasion threat. And we can see almost the same thing in each of the headlines. I would like to know your thoughts on this, Mr. Auchi.
All right. Before we begin to profile solutions or talk about moving forward, we'll just have to, first of all, give a background of what's going on as heralded by almost all news headlines in Nigeria since this weekend and this morning as well. And what is it when they talk about a country of particular concern designation? What does it mean? This is applied to nations that engage in intolerance or particular severe violation of religious freedom, where people are tortured for practicing their religion or detained, or you talk about enforced disappearance and all that. And then if you go forward to see that Nigeria is being classified in this regard with nations like Russia, you talk about China, you talk about Iran, you talk about North Korea, Saudi Arabia, and even Eritrea. And then one begins to ask, how come Nigeria has fallen into this very spectrum or classification as a country of particular concern? This is not the first time. You can recall that as of 2020, in the first tenure of President Donald Trump, that Nigeria was equally classified as a country of particular concern. And then this, when we go forward to look at the proponents of this Nigeria being classified as country of particular concern, where religious freedom is hinged upon, or government inaction as regards the intolerance and killing of Christians in Nigeria, you will begin to see men like Senator Cruz of the United States of America and the House of Rep member Really Moore, where they propagate that since 2009, that over 52,000 Christians have been killed in Nigeria, with over 20,000 churches or religious institutions demolished or burned in Nigeria. And cumulating to all that, if the director will be kind enough, you will see a short clip of the video of the Bishop of Benue Makurdi Diocese talking in the Congress about religious intolerance in Nigeria, how and the fate of Christians in his domain. And this has been a burning issue. Yes,
in Nigeria.
There has been. Okay, let's take a look.
I am the shepherd of one of the 4 dioceses, Catholic dioceses in Benue. We have others, Anglican, Methodist, and Pentecostals, which certainly them. Benue State has a population of about 6.1 million people, 2 million of whom are those under my care as the bishop of the diocese. Benue State is about 98% Christian, with very few Muslims living in towns. Nigeria and eventually my diocese and the state of Benue have become, in recent years, one of the most dangerous and insecure places for Christians. Christians and Muslims are nearly evenly divided among Nigeria's large population of over 200 million persons. Islamist extremists are fiercely contesting the possession, control, and governing law of the land, especially in the country's northern and central regions, the latter of which is where Benue is located. There are constant ethnic, political, and religious conflicts over land and allegiance. Constitutionally, we are a secular country But our unity has been fragile. Political and religious actions and even public speech have been carefully managed to avoid accusations of religious bias and political tensions. Today, the clear influence of Islamist extremists has changed the traditional social dynamics of tribe, ethnicity, religion, and the social status in Nigeria. Because just recently, at the beginning of the Ramadan fast, 12 states in northern Nigeria have declared closed schools so that they attend to this. And you can imagine which other country in the world does that. Saudi Arabia is not doing it. Afghanistan is not doing it. Baghdad is not doing it, but then Nigeria is practicing. What kind of Islam are they practicing? 12 states, and not only Muslims are living in these places. What happens with the educational program or curriculum of the country? But this is what we are going through every day in Nigeria. A long-term Islamic agenda to homogenize the population has been implemented over several presidencies through a strategy to reduce and eventually eliminate the Christian identity of half of the population. This strategy includes both violent and non-violent actions, such as the exclusion of Christians from positions of power and adoption of such church members, the raping of women, the killing and exploitation of Christians, the destruction of churches and farmlands of Christian farmers, followed by the occupation of such lands by the Fulani herders, and also changing the names of these villages. They are taking over the places, so you clearly see an expansionist approach and Islamic, and then they are making the people now flee.
All right, we could hear from Bishop Aneke talking about the religious issues that the Benue Makurdi Archdiocese is facing, where according to him that Christians' family lands, Christians are being targeted in their homeland. And I can categorically tell you that it's issues like this that has culminated in the call for Nigeria to be designated as a country of particular concern, given the fact that there's been banditry, terrorism attacks in Nigeria for a long period of time. But this time around, I think the government of the United States of America is looking at the government in action to stop this very menace. In as much as we on ground can categorically say that the government has been trying to fight this menace, but I would look towards the words of Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka when he said, yes, that what is happening in Nigeria is of genocidal proportion, but in all, it doesn't have any religious coloration, in the sense that Christians are being killed, Muslims are being killed in Nigeria. However, where are we today? Is that the United States of America, in its own wisdom and designation, have deemed it fit to think that the government of Nigeria has not done enough in terms of religious protection, the rights of Christians in Nigeria and others, and they have gone ahead to declare Nigeria a country of particular concern. When this issue was brewing up, when it was first mooted, our government, in first instance, what was their response towards this issue? We told the part of propaganda, sending the likes of Reno to begin to counter the U.S. with propaganda. And we know that when it comes to a propaganda war, we cannot win the U.S. in propaganda war. That's where we got our first response wrong. What we would have done, like the president tried doing in engaging the advisor to Trump on Arab and African matters, we would have directly done what we are doing now by engaging the government directly. That was when we would have sent eminent Nigerians like Emeka Anyoku, like we're doing now, to go and engage diplomatically with the government of United States of America to stop Trump from going ahead to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. And at this instant, let's take a look at what Trump tweeted on Truth Social concerning this declaration.
Yes, and in his tweet he says, if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns a-blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. I am hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians, warning the Nigerian government better move fast. And now to the letter from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Abuja. The United States of America has its statement on religious freedom, Nigeria has noted. We remain committed in our resolve to tackle the violent extremism that is fueled by special interests who have helped drive such decay and division in countries across the intersecting West African and Sahel regions. We mourn all the victims of violent extremism and salute our armed forces as they continue to fight against vicious but cowardly foes. The federal government of Nigeria will continue to defend all citizens, irrespective of race, creed, or religion. Like America, Nigeria has no option but to celebrate the diversity that is our greatest strength. Nigeria is a God-fearing country where we respect faith, tolerance, diversity, and inclusion in accordance with the rules-based international order. The U.S. has been, and we trust will always remain, a close ally because the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu will maintain our laser-focused, steadfast commitment to all partners who believe in genuine peace, stability, freedom, and democracy.
All right, we've heard Nigeria's response, Nigerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs response to the issue of Trump designating Nigeria a country of particular concern, but of more concern is that Trump has told the Department of War to begin to prep and look at invading that country. And in his own terms, they will come in gun blazing. Now, one now begins to ask, why has it degenerated to this situation? Why has Nigeria failed to engage from the onset? Though, commendably, the federal government has set the experienced Emeka Anyoko to go and liaise and diplomatically interact with the government of the United Nations and the United States of America in this regard. Now, what we're asking is, being that these have been United States have been our allies for a very long time, what has happened? Why has things degenerated so poorly? Yes, is Nigeria facing difficulties, security difficulties? Yes. Are Christians being killed in Nigeria? Yes. But the issue here is that we cannot categorically say that Christians are mainly singled out and targeted in Nigeria. The bombs from the terrorists, the bandits, when they go off, they do not segregate amongst anybody. Yes, Christians are being killed in Nigeria. Muslims are being killed in Nigeria as well. The summary is that Nigerians are being killed, and this is not acceptable in Nigeria. But we should begin to look at what could have gone wrong. What are the likely consequences or scenarios that have given rise to this situation? There are lots of proponents and those in propping up different ideas and those who are opposing it. However, before we continue to look at these very divergent views on this issue, Mr. Chris,
Yes, my dear.
you've seen this issue. It's been a lingering one since this issue of a country of particular concern has been mooted and now been designated. What is your take on this, on the reasons behind America's decision and the possible consequences for Nigeria?
All right, thank you very much. In the first place, every enlightened mind who is a Nigerian will be worried over the position of the United States of America on our country, Nigeria, being designated as a country of concern. Yes, every nation of the world has got its own national policy objectives. Nigeria and USA, to start with, in the first place, we know, apart from being a heavy capitalist nation, USA is the lone superpower nation in the world. You know, the world now practices what we call, okay, I'm going to look for the word, international relations. When you have a single world power in place, there is a name given to it. But then, before now, we saw where the Soviet Union, the defunct Soviet Union, championed by Russia, was actually championed in the cause of communalism. You know, so we have bipolarity between the USA and the USSR, which is now defunct. But since the USSR got broken up, USA now enjoys what we refer to as a lone superpower in the world. The USA is equally been ascribed to be the world police. You understand? So when the US coughs, every other nation shivers. And that's the way it has been. And let me also remind our listening public that in international relations, the proponents of the power theory, for those of us who are students of international relations, you understand that the likes of Hans Morgenthau and his colleagues proposed a theory of what nations who are key players in the international political arena should sought after. They said, as far as they are concerned, that after what they call national interest of nations, the next thing every other nation should seek after, in the international arena is power. Power. Because according to them, it's only power that guarantees the survival of a nation that's going to be a key player in the international arena. Because it's only power, according to them, that guarantees the survival of the national interest of every nation, because every nation comes to the international arena coming with its own national interest, which it seeks to protect. But how do you protect your national interest when you have other key players also within the same arena, within the same space? So you're going to see that because we have divergent interests coming from different nations, there's going to be what is called clash of interests. And because interests must always clash because of its divergent nature, then what's going to happen? Survival of the fittest becomes the order of the day. So what guarantees survival of every nation that's going to be a key player in the international political arena is power. And when we look at power, power is in three dimensions here. One is military power. The other is political stability power. The other is your economic strength. So every nation, according to Hans Morgenthau and his colleagues, must seek to acquire power. If you don't have these three dimensions of power and you want to be a key player in the international political arena, then you are a joker. So for the United States, US has these three dimensions very much intact. They defeated the defunct USSR economically with capitalism overthrowing communism. And since then, they've been enjoying the position of a lone superpower. Well, as I said earlier on, every nation has got her own national foreign policy objective, what guides her relationship with other nations of the world. But for US over time, we understand that the United States is always very interested in what happens in other countries, because whether we like it or not, the US will not want to sit back and watch any nation rise the way we see China, rising economically now to overthrow the US, the way we see the likes of Russia trying to form allies militarily against the US position. So the US will always go out into other climes to carry out what we call regime change. That's always been one of their foreign policy objectives, regime change. So when you are not aligning with them and they perceive you to be a threat, certainly, the US will not be too comfortable with you. With what has been happening in Nigeria, the state of insecurity in Nigeria has become overwhelming. Well, apologies to the current administration led by Bola Ahmed Tinubu in Nigeria. It didn't start with him. We've been with this monster since over 10 years now, over a decade. Personally, I can trace it back to the year 2014 when Goodluck Jonathan was seated as the president of Nigeria. That was when Boko Haram, monster was better in the country. But over time, since 2014 till this is 2025, it seems the government of Nigeria has become overwhelmed. The state of insecurity has drastically, from gradually to drastically increased, There's no part of Nigeria today that is safe. And what is the primary responsibility of any government? To secure the lives and property of our citizenry. So when the government becomes overwhelmed by insecurity, it's simply suggesting that there is anarchy. There is anarchy. What are we supposed to be doing for our people? Protect the territorial integrity of the country against external aggression and against any internal insurrection. So all of these things are what we can lay our hands to and point and say these are factors leading to the position of the United States. Then again, who is Donald Trump as an individual? Donald Trump is one man I know right now has put America first. He says America first before any other part of the world.
Yeah.
And in his campaigns, he has always placed the Christians ahead of any other religion. Yes, he made it clear while campaigning that if you ever come against the Christians, that he will not accept it. He didn't mince words about it. And the Americans went ahead to elect him on that position. And that's why you see him, whenever any force or power seems to, begin to come after the Christian faithfuls wherever they are located, what are you going to see? You're going to see stiff opposition coming from Donald Trump. So, Nigeria, for instance, for one, we're a secular state. We're a nation known to be diverse in our religious beliefs. We have the Muslims, we have the Christians. We also have the traditionalists. Let's take note of that one, because we always want to keep them away. These are the three major religions we have in Nigeria. But at the moment, the Boko Haram sect, the jihadists, what are they? What really is their mission in the country? The mistake we made as a people was trying to brand Boko Haram with what we think that they are.
Okay.
We said they're after Western education. But that's not the meaning of Boko Haram. They define themselves what Boko Haram actually meant. We tried to use the Nigerian media to give a name to a Boko Haram that gave itself a name. Boko Haram simply is a group of people in a jihadist mission. That's right. So for Donald Trump, we understand right now, he's after any interest that does not align with the Christian faith. Okay. That's one. So if he has said Nigeria has been designated by him and this government in U.S. as a country of special concern, particular concern, what we should have expected from Nigerian government, as Mr. Uche rightly pointed out earlier, would have been to engage the USA government through diplomatic, means, through dialogue. Because whether we like it or not, we cannot match the United States of American power. Do you get the point?
Yes.
See what Donald Trump did in Iran when Iran was threatening Israel. he within the snap of the finger, he sent missiles into Iran, and their missile factories were blown, about 3 of them. See what he did where and what he did where. So if he's saying we have been designated a country of particular concern, the Nigerian government should engage them diplomatically. However, if he has said he's coming with his troops into Nigeria, the question is, who is he coming to attack if he comes? He's coming after the jihadists, the people killing Nigerians. Can we please, for God's sake, keep the idea of whether he has said genocide against Christians? The truth of the matter is, whether Christians or Muslims, they are Nigerians. And the government of the day since 2014 has not done anything to protect the lives of the people. Okay. So if Donald Trump says he's coming after the jihadists, why are we kicking against it? The only premises we have been expecting the government of Nigeria to stand up and say no to what Trump has said is what? Going by the principles of international, what do you call it? The United Nations Charter on Sovereignty of Nations.
Okay.
Yes, where we can answer, okay, the principle of interference or the principle of intervention. Yes, it is allowed for countries to interfere in other sovereign nations' matters. But the issue of intervention is now where we begin to ask questions. So if the Nigerian government is standing on that premise to say we're a sovereign nation, before you come attacking any part of the country, you must have to seek our consent and our permission. But for us to be finding it difficult, for us to be having issues with the fact that he said there is genocide attack against Christians, and then we are saying no, excuse me for crying out loud, one life lost is sacred. And we have lost thousands, hundreds of thousands of Nigerians, whether Christians or Muslims. So whatever we need from the United States is to come and help us to decimate this monster that is ravaging Nigeria. That should be our interest.
All right, very well said. In trying to bring this together, and like I did mention when I was talking, there are divergent views on this very issue. There are Nigerians who are siding the United States of America to put boots on ground, invade the country, deal with the ISWAP, the bandit, the terrorists in Nigeria, and let there be security, let peace return in Nigeria. However, whichever way we look at it, there are those who are of the position that this issue with the United States of America is because that this very government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tilting towards France. And we're asking the question, could it be the issue of a jealous lover or what? And there are those who are talking about on economic terms that now that Nigeria has had the biggest refinery in Africa, in West Africa, is it the issue of us not being dependent on the United States and the market not being available to them, leading to subtly target Nigeria and declare us a country of particular concern? Whichever way the answer goes, the fact remains that yes, there is insecurity in Nigeria. There are those who are killing Nigerians, either Christians or Muslim, and yes, we would commend and appreciate that the United States of America would assist and help us in targeting these very nefarious terrorist bandits and whip them up the face of earth for killing Nigerians. Yes, but what we do not want is United States of America violating the sovereignty of Nigeria, putting boots on the ground, violating our sovereignty, like I said, because we know that AFRICOM exists in Africa and in West Africa. There's AFRICOM very close to Nigeria. With that, they can map out the location of these bandits, equip and assist our military more, even in collaboration with AFRICOM, to root out these individuals, because the fear is that when America puts boots on the ground, that may lead to destabilization of the West African region, being that Nigeria is a key and prominent player in West Africa, and whatever affects Nigeria affects all of West Africa and perhaps Africa as a whole. We call on the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to engage more, talk to men. It's time to call our former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Yes, we commend the approach to Emeka Anyoku and the likes of them to begin to diplomatically engage not just the United States of America, but the United Nations and other international bodies, be a unipolar or bipolarity in world power. Everybody should be engaged. All hands should be on deck to see that this nation is not destabilized further. Then we commend the United States government for targeting the very politicians who have seen that this issue, this insecurity in Nigeria, either through blasphemy or Sharia law, destabilizing and separating Nigerians in the name of religion, that they are punished for it.
All right, thank you very much for that, Mr. Chris and Mr. Oche. Now let's turn our attention to the environmental sanitation and public responsibility. The Enugu State Waste Management Authority, better known as ESWAMA, has recently intensified its enforcement against defaulters. Now, as we've recently seen that residents and business owners who haven't paid their dues or their waste management fees or improperly disposed their trash have also they've had mixed feelings across ESWAMA and the way they enforce their laws and the way they enforce their rules. Now today we'll be talking about the enforcement. We'll also talk about public reaction and the way forward, and also if the fees the ESWAMAs are collecting, if they are affordable. Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your opinion on ESWAMAs. You all know ESWAMA is Enugu State Waste Management Authority.
Okay, talking about the ESWAMA, the Enugu State Waste Management Authority, which I believe is an offshoot of the ministry, in the commission of this, is it environmental?
Yeah, environmental sanitation.
Environmental and sanitation. There should be an offshoot of that agency as well, seeing to it that in waste management, clearing and seeing that the environment is sanitized and clean. However, with particular emphasis on their enforcement of their regulations in the community in Enugu State at large. And then if I would want to talk about that, we may not be able to discuss that in isolation to what the law setting them up requires of them. They, I believe, are in charge of collecting the bill when it comes to waste management and all that. But if I may infer a little bit, part of their responsibility, the state government's correct action against defaulters relies on the provision for legal enforcement under the ESWAMA law. One, they say, talks about issuance of court summons. They said the primary measure currently being executed by ESWAMA against defaulters is the issuance of court summons. This is where this very individual who has defaulted are targeted and are summoned to appear before a court of competent jurisdiction. They said the first procedure is once a custom is posted on a property, the defaulter is required to appear before the Environmental Protection Court on the assigned date. And then going beyond that, they say Environmental Protection Court, the ESWOMA law provides for the establishment of the Environmental Protection Court. This court has the jurisdiction to handle cases related to environmental and waste management offences, including the refusal to pay statutory fees.
Okay.
And then there are penalties that are mapped out. He said, according to the recent statement by ESWOMA officials, failure to appear before the Environmental Protection Court on the due date specified in the summons is considered an offence. Consequence, failure to appear is punishable by imprisonment or a fine and subsequent enforcement actions. Then there are general penalties for refusal to participate in cleanup exercise, ancillary offences and miscellaneous offences related to waste management procedures. That's illegal dumping and proper bagging of waste bags for disposal. However, I think what is worrisome in this time around is the modality for enforcement of these very laws and action in Enugu State. Now, I'm talking about the ESWOMA. Are they doing their job and are they doing it well? We can attest to the fact that the Enugu environment is very clean. That means they are living up to that very billion in waste disposal and waste management in Enugu. You can remember that during the MBA conference, a lot of participants in that conference commended the government of Enugu in the cleanliness of the state compared to other states. And for that reason, we give kudos to the ESWOMA, the management of that very body. However, what is worrisome is the manner with which they enforce this law. For example, talking about the levies that every citizen of Enugu State, be it shop owners or the tenants in a house or landlords are supposed to pay regarding the bills of ESWOMA. How are they enforcing this? That should be the primary focus of a conversation this morning. And I want to ask, are they overreaching their bounds in trying to enforce these laws? And my answer will be categorically yes, because I have looked into the laws. I do not know of any laws that has empowered ESWOMA to begin to lock up people's houses, to lock people inside their houses or lock them out of their houses. I've not seen any law that empowers them to go to that extent in enforcing these laws. What I have seen is that there are special courts that have been set aside to prosecute individuals who are defaulters. But has this court empowered ESWOMA to lock people in their homes or outside their homes? Mr. Chris, this is where I want to get your view on this issue of ESWOMA locking occupants away from their building or in or out of their building. Is that a very veritable way to implement the ESWOMA actions on defaulters?
Okay, I was a bit taken aback. I didn't know if this is coming from the headlines this morning.
No, it's not.
This part of the conversation on Sunrise this morning. We've done the reviews on the newspaper, and then part of the conversation this morning is on the review of the approach the Enugu State Waste Management Authority implements their levies on defaulters. Okay,
so it's about ESWOMA now.
Yeah.
Well, ESWOMA, the Enugu State Waste Management Authority, wasn't just established in this current administration led by Dr. Peter Ndubuisimbah. It's been there for a long time. It's an agency. You could as well call it a parastatal if you want. But I know it is under the supervision of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change in Enugu at the moment. I know that ESWOMA, yes, apart from their mandate of keeping the environment clean, have been doing their job very well. An instance of kudos to them is the current, award given to the Enugu state government, being as the cleanest state in the country by the Renewed Hope Initiative of the wife of Mr. President, Remi Tinubu. I think over 100 million naira was awarded to Enugu state government for making Enugu the cleanest state in Enugu. So it's part of the mandates assigned to ESWOMA, and I think they are delivering. Recently we heard where the Ministry of Environment issued a warning, or rather a modus operandi on how residents in Enugu will be going about their waste disposal. where they said residents should now dispose of their refuse from 5 p.m. Till the next morning of I think 9 a.m. So, but if you are caught disposing of refuse from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m., you're going to be arrested and you'll be prosecuted. So these are just laws, reforms that are being introduced to position that agency on the right path.
Okay.
Well, I know they are supposed to maybe issue 1 or 2 court summons for violators of the environmental law, especially when it comes to payment of rates and the rest of them. But I just want to say that the society we live in, our people are not good observers of the law, even though ignorance of the law is never any excuse before the law. But I just wish ESOMA would do more to try to sensitize and carry out more, sensitization awareness creation to the residents of Enugu so that people will come to terms with what they are supposed to pay as rates. We have the harmonized structure of taxes in Enugu at the moment, domiciled with the office of the Enugu State Internal Revenue Service. But I think that of ESWAMA was singled out from that harmonization. So ESWAMA is entitled, by the law establishing it in Enugu now, to collect its own rates outside the Enugu State Internal Revenue Service. But what they need to do now is to use the media to carry out more sensitization, more information creation awareness to the residents, so that nobody will say he or she does not know, do not understand, especially landlords. These are people who have built houses over decades now. They are not used to this thing. These things were never enforced in the past. So at the moment, if we need to do this enforcement, we need to properly inform the people so that nobody will say, I am not aware, I didn't know. Because sometimes you pass through structures in the streets, you see some notices placed on people's gates. Do you understand? Not everybody is learned. Some person will say, what are they looking for again? They say, Peter and Bar tax has come. But people need to really understand these laws, that these things are in existence and they are going to be enforced. And if you fall culprit, you will be sanctioned. So I think they just need to be a bit lenient with the people, a bit more. Create a timetable, a calendar, where they will now need to go maybe street by street, maybe working with the local government authorities and the traditional authorities to inform the locals of the existence of the laws so that nobody will say he or she is not aware anymore. So I think they just need to be a bit lenient.
All right.
But then people should know that when services are rendered to you by government, you need to encourage the government by paying your taxes and paying your rates.
Yeah.
Yes, manna will not just be falling from heaven every time. You understand?
Okay.
If the previous governments didn't look towards this side, this current government has said, no, we will look towards it because it is the money we are raking in from these rates and taxes that we're using to deliver. And if they are delivering, people need to pay. That's just the message. People
All
need to
right.
pay.
We've heard that when government delivers, that people need to pay their taxes and their rates as is required by the law. However, what we're talking about this morning is the issue of ESWAMA. Are they doing their job well? The answer is yes, and we'll commend them for a job well done. However, on enforcement, we have to call the attention of the management of ESWAMA. Perhaps they are unaware of the overreaching of their staff in locking people in or out of their building. And one begins to paint a mental picture where you lock people in their house and there are emergencies. What will happen? Is government going to take responsibility for whatever comes out of that action, or by locking people out of their building where they can no longer access their building or be able to access their premises for business? How are they going to raise the requisite fund to pay for these taxes and rates? Therefore, in as much as we commend them, we will say they should pander to humanity, kindness in executing their actions. Let them not overreach their bounds, because according to information available, there are other court judgments that have established that ESWAMA officials are liable to be sued for actions like unlawful detection, torture, or harassment carried out during the course of the enforcement duties, even if the defaulter have genuinely failed to pay a bill. So they should be cautious on how they execute these very actions. yes, we commend them that Enugu State should be clean. They are trying in doing their job, but they should not overreach themselves in doing so. Therefore, we hereby, in recommending the government of Enugu State, please, every citizen of Enugu State is encouraged to pay their tax and rate as at when due. And moving on from that.
Please, just in a quick one, because of what you just raised, I want to remind the SWAMA team to understand that there was a particular point in time in Enugu when they went about enforcement of their rules. They even started killing people.
Yeah.
Lives were lost at some point in time, and it generated a loss of public concern. So this time around, I wouldn't want anything that's going to spoil the image of this current administration. So I would suggest, in enforcing their laws, could they go with the security agents?
They go with security agents.
So let it not be that civilians are now becoming overbearing, you know, hitting people, beating people, torturing people, locking people up. But if they are going with security agents who should understand the law, yes, you don't beat people, you don't torture, so that you don't end up killing people.
They go with security agents, and so far we've not received cases of unruly citizens trying to attack them or not. But what we're advocating this morning is that they should pander to kindness in executing these actions, like locking people in or outside of their premises.
All right, thank you very much for that, Mr. Ochan. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Krish. And that's all for today's newspaper review. And please do not forget, you could grab your physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or catch the e-paper online. And we'll be right back. You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we'll be taking a look at today's celebration, or rather observance. And today we have the International Stress Awareness Week that is shining light on mental well-being. And also we have this month, do not forget, is the month or awareness of lung cancer. And now today, being the International Stress Awareness Week, every year, the first week of November marks International Stress Awareness Week, a global campaign dedicated to understanding, managing, and reducing stress in our everyday lives. In 2025, it runs from November 3rd to November 6th, bringing people together across the world to talk about one of the most common but often overlooked health challenges, which is stress. Now, stress is something everyone experiences, but when it becomes overwhelming, it can affect our physical health, emotional balance, and relationships. The week aims to remind individuals, workplaces, and communities that mental health matters just as much as physical health. It encourages people to pause, reflect, and adopt healthier ways to cope with life's pressure. The theme each year focuses on resilience, mindfulness, and workplace well-being, promoting open conversations about stress management and breaking the stigma around mental health discussions. Schools, companies, and organizations hold activities such as workshops, relaxation sessions, mindfulness exercises, and counseling programs to help people identify stress triggers and find practical solutions. Now, International Stress Awareness Week serves as an important reminder that stress is not a sign of weakness. It's a human response that can be managed with the right tools and support. It's a time to learn, share, and care for ourselves and others by spreading awareness, practicing kindness, and promoting self-care. We move one step closer to building a new, balanced, or more balanced, compassionate, and mentally healthy world. Now, next celebration for today, which is the Lung Cancer Awareness Month, that is promoting hope, prevention, and early detection. Now, every November, the world observes Lung Cancer Awareness Month, a time dedicated to raising awareness about one of the most common and deadliest forms of cancer worldwide. Now, this observance serves as a global reminder of the importance of early detection, prevention, and research towards finding better treatments and ultimately a cure. It also provides a platform to support patients, survivors, and families affected by the diseases. So please let us know what you're celebrating wherever you are. You can tag us or follow us across Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, all at Aneke TV. Or call our phone number 07030437110. And it's a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise. It's always a pleasure having you in our show every morning. I am Deborah Wakuba.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV. It will come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, I'm Deborah Wakuba.
I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
I
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991 from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert. report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility. Helping others is not weakness. It is humanity. A kind word, a shared meal, a listening ear can change someone's life. You don't have to be rich to help. Compassion is the greatest wealth. Lend a hand when you can.
Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Oshimina Jano Wabaye. Ojaya Jano Wabaye. Agena Baya. Agena Baya.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991 from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiupu Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility. Helping others is not weakness. It is humanity. A kind word, a shared meal, a listening ear can change someone's life. You don't have to be rich to help. Compassion is the greatest wealth. Lend a hand when you can.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. Remember that On The Insight is that program where we x-ray and give a post-mortem analysis on a number of issues that help in shaping our nation. And this morning, we'll be dealing with a very delicate, sensitive issue. Remember that recently Nigeria has been in the forefront or the front burner of discussion between the international communities concerning the issue of religious or Christian genocide. Nigeria has mounted responses. Given the very sensitive and delicate nature of this very topic, we are bringing to you a very intellectual, mobile, a comrade who doesn't hold back in giving his opinion, but is very sensitive to this very issue and would provide solutions on how we'll handle such a sensitive issue. So he'll be joining us this morning to do justice to the geopolitical responses to violation of religious freedom in Nigeria. And we are speaking about Comrade Fidelis Ede, Executive Director, Service Accord Initiative. He is a lawyer and former labor leader, and he prizes himself as a practicing farmer as well. Comrade.
My honor to be here. Thank you.
It's quite a pleasure. Thank you for coming on short notice.
Thank you.
All
I'm
right.
humbled.
All right, sir. Let's not waste time. Let's just look at the issue. This is a very, delicate matter. But we are aware, given the sensitive and delicate nature of this issue, but there are many people like Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka who are of the view or describe the situation as a form of genocide, but emphasizes that it is not solely a religious one. What's your view?
Well, Bishop Kuka is one voice nobody can ignore. Internationally, he has done so much work. If you recall, he was also, when Obasanjo took over in 1999 and constituted the Oputa panel, I think he was secretary of that panel yes. And did a book, incidentally, recently, when I saw him in Abuja and spoke about the book he wrote. He said he had done another one on reconciliation, which was like a follow-up. This contest is necessary because this is not something we have to politicize. But for me, you led the word, and that word is one I will want to align with, that this topic is delicate. And when something is delicate, what it means is that you need a rational balance in approach. Yes, this matter came to light following the report of the Aid to Christians in Need, which is a Catholic organization. It's part of the review they made for 2025. And in that report, there was an estimation of about 5.4 billion people universally who currently lack religious freedom. So this point or contest shows that it was not just about Nigeria. It's an assessment of the level of religious freedom people enjoy universally, because we now accept that the world is a global village. But in the context of Nigeria, anybody who has followed the way the Nigerian nation was established from the colonial time will know that whatever is happening now is like, as sad as we may want to look at it, as agonizing as we may want to refer to it, it's a system that is obeying tradition. Because when we talk about high-handedness, injustice, a situation where the people don't matter, you will discover that it postdated even the amalgamation of 1914. We know of revolts of 1905. We know of the Aba women riots. We know of the River Valley massacre, Ekumeku. All these were in the 20s. And if you move down, the recent one, which is not just about indigene, You look at the aspect where government high-handedness has also perpetuated kind of what can be likened to what we are discussing. If you refer to, that was under the Shagaris government when the Baccalaureate Dam was constructed or about being constructed in Niger. You will see the process that dislocated the farmers, whereby many were killed in trying to relocate them. You look at the Oji Zakibiam situation. So the point I'm making is that we have a system where a culture where the rights of indigents, because I'm careful not to use the word citizen.
Okay.
The question is, are we citizens?
Okay.
Yes, we have a constitution that tries to ascribe certain status to Nigerians. But if you look at the right of citizens, the question will be, we are more indigenous, we are more tribal, we are more sectional in Nigeria than the fact that we will begin to talk about citizenship. If you look at the struggle before independence, Nigeria was not a country, because if we had a political party that referred to its name as Northern People's Congress, it was very clear that it wasn't a party that was inclusive. If you look at the Action Group, if you look at NCNC, you will discover that there has been this move to get Nigeria to be a nation for all. And if we are coming from that perspective, you will discover that the issue of self-help, the issue of people just rising against one another. You know, when people talk about what the South is, the Igbo, I want to be careful so that this discussion is not about the Igbo. But when people talk about what is happening currently in Lagos, or what had happened about the abandoned property, I say that part of what we have lost is that we are not tracking history. If you look at the report of Onyuke, Justice Onyuke, arising from the massacre of Ndibo in northern Nigeria, you will discover that about sometime in 1953, there was even a move to legislate that the Igbos should not be allowed to own property in Kaduna. And if you look at what followed, recently I had the honor and privilege of reviewing a book about Ojukwu written by Ken Esolonye. And one of the regrets Ojukwu had from the writer was the fact that at the wake of the 1966 crisis, the Igbos had returned to eastern Nigeria in their droves, but following assurances that was given by the then governor of northern region, he asked the Igbos to return back to the north. And that was when the actual massacre now I don't think Ojukwu ever forgave himself until death on that. If you also look at the track of the Igbos escaping from the north, you will discover that much of what we suffered in terms of deaths was around the middle belt, Benue in particular. So the point I'm making is that this thing is not about religion. It's about that I didn't know how we came to be more tribal than even trying to accept that we have to be one country. And if you look at the core north, you will, like what is happening in Plateau and Benue, you will discover that it is not entirely about religion. It's about indigenous and settlers. So my analysis, or the context I'm trying to establish, is that in Nigeria, people identify more with where they are from. The idea of religion is coincidental. If you track the history of Boko Haram, even those who have interpreted it, it's like a vote of no confidence or a rejection of Western education. It's not as if it's a rejection of Christianity. But they said, no, this model of education have not served us any good. From there, we knew what happened before the other aspects of header, farmers' crisis, and what have you. So I will want to align with myself with Bishop Kuka. Yes, we have tragedies, we have persecution, we have things that didn't even happen during the Civil War, happening now. But we can narrow this to the point that if we stay in 2025 in Nigeria, have government talk about ungoverned spaces, whether you are talking in the north, whether you are talking in the west or in the east, where non-state actors take over and want to establish control. It is more in the north. What it means is that the trajectory of constituting a country, we've lost it, because to constitute a country, the first value is the constitutive environment where you establish your jurisdiction and say, this is where we're in control. Then the second aspect is governance. To be able to conduct governance where you are now in control. That is what you call the jurisdiction you govern. But to be effective, to be able to deliver this aspect is the most important aspect, which is the technical capability. So what has happened is that we'll have a situation, we'll have governments, we have a situation, we'll have a space, geographical space called Nigeria. But we've not been able to establish governance that deliver inclusiveness to the Nigerian people. So resort to self-help, resort to things that are not allowed within civil liberty and rights is usually easy for those who think it's a path to track. But it is more because of the level of reorientation, the orientation we have imbibed. Nigerians see themselves, like I've said earlier, more as Northerners, and even as Northerners, are you a Fulani, are you a Hausa, where do you belong? Even where you think you have a dominant religious culture, let's take for instance the Southeast. You also, if you take Ebonyi State for instance, the unending crisis, I think, between the Izi and the Ezas, you will discover that it has nothing to do with religion. So the point I've tried to lay is that we have a country, yes, we have a constitution, yes, but we have a governance model that have not been able to assure the people pursuant to the constitution in terms of welfare and protection of the rights. So people easily resort to self-help, and banditry seems to profit. And those who, you know, when you have a system where subculture profit from economic benefit, you now discover that it is a challenge to whatever government you have in place.
Okay. If I get correctly, the fundamental, just to digress a bit, the fundamental challenge here in Nigeria is that Nigerian's constitution is talking about the citizen without first recognizing the indigenous people of Nigeria.
You see, every constitution, including the United States Constitution, pursues ideals. And these ideals is where you want to be, where you want to be as a country. In the Constitution has established the obligations and duties of government. That you'll find in chapter 2 of the Constitution, which is the deriving principle. And that's why when we talk about the Nigerian political system, I'm one of those who say that the ideology in the in Nigeria is that the Constitution has already imposed ideology. There is no choice. Any party can begin to say we want to move this way, because the Constitution allows freedom of association through which people can come and form political party. But I think in section 225, it also said for those who will form party, there must be a manifesto they will register at INEC before they can be allowed. There are other conditions, but I just want to speak to this. And that manifesto will be derived from chapter 2.
Okay.
That chapter 2 is the fundamental objective. And if you go there, it covers a lot of values. You will see economic, you will see political, you will see social, educational, and what have you. But if you look at section 16, which is economic, you will see that the formulators of the Constitution had anticipated that the Nigerian system is unbalanced, and that the business of government must be such that they must pursue deliberately through objective policies inclusion for all the citizens.
Okay.
In fact, it prohibits that the resources and wealth of this country should be vested in the hands of few. In fact, when you hear about privatization, deregulation, and what have you, you discover it violates even some aspects of that Constitution. And when the Constitution clearly states as its social objective the welfare and security of the people, it tells you that it has designed that the government has to provide for the citizens. And went on, I think in section 14, to talk about citizens' participation. Because it is through participation that people can begin to input their interest in the policies of governance.
Okay.
So, having not deliberately attained this, and the structures through which this will be attained are also contained in this Constitution. If you look at the tiers of government, in terms of the federal, state, and local government, they all have responsibilities that must also derive in terms of social welfare and economic objective from the chapter 2. If you also look at the other arms of government in terms of executive, legislature, and judiciary, you will discover that is why the legislative arm comes first, because that is the lawgiver. So we have all the complements that ought to produce a vibrant participatory citizenship category. But in producing that, it is expected that the government will deliberately create an environment where social forces who participate in programs will thrive, because the Constitution is not designed in a way that individually has comprehended. Just like part of the title I bear this morning is being a practicing farmer. So it is expected that a category of farmers should be able to participate in formulating policies that will advance agriculture.
All right.
You know, so having not done this, you discover that there is one aspect of democracy we are not looking at, particularly in Nigeria.
Which is?
Democracy sought to destabilize through colonialism the traditional indigenous mobilization and loyalty centers, and promised to offer something new through government regulation of rights. But you discover that having destabilized that center and having not offered what it ought to offer in terms of citizenship and their rights, the people easily will return to where they were dislocated, which is more familiar, even if they are not, which is closer, even if they are not familiar. And because of the law, you discover that there are also restrictions. Yes, you have traditional institutions, for instance, that play role, but not regulated under the law in terms of constitutional role.
All right.
You know, so the point I'm making is that what you have had in terms of injustice has created an environment where people now take laws into their hands, but in perpetrating their acts, whether it is banditry, whether it is criminality, there is this mask that there must be perceived from the higher value of, is it religious? But even in religion, if we take the case of Boko Haram and the jihadists, you will also discover that they are against, moderate Muslims. So it's not just about Christians. They also insist on their own variant of Islam. So it's not as if they go about asking people, are you a Muslim or are you a Christian? So it's a state of anarchy. And in a state of anarchy, you discover that anything thrives. But whether there is persecution, there is. Whether it can be likened to genocide, that I cannot be able, because the word genocide came into being following the Jewish, the Holocaust and all that. So I've not seen an outright, just like Bishop Kuka said, I've not seen an outright government-sponsored program. But we saw a kind of insensitivity under Buhari in his appointments. But even at that, it could be subtle, but I didn't think there was a clear government policy that tried to target a section of the people. But obviously, if you throw a bomb in a market, those who regularly attend the markets will be the worst victims. That's the way it should be seen.
All right, comrade. Then, we may be forced to want to ask, how then do we distinguish between genuine religious persecution and ethnic or political violence that may be characterized as religious genocide?
It is very, very difficult to do that. Because what I'm saying is difficult is that, first of all, in Nigeria, politics has compelled us to wear a lot of masks. You wear the marks of tribalism. You wear the marks which is perpetuated by ignorance. Let us even take the economic situation in the country. I usually will, when people talk about political power, there's no, we don't, it's a historical fact that political power has domiciled more in northern Nigeria than any other part. In fact, if you look at the western Nigeria, this is the second time or the third time, if we are to include Obasanjo's first term as military head of state, then secondly as civilian head of state, then now you have Tinubu. The East, I don't know how we can classify Zeke, who had more of a ceremonial position. But the point there is that the North, whether you take the military or you take the civilian, seem to have had exercised more of political power. But again, I ask, why is it that the level of poverty, I am not profiling, I'm speaking to facts.
Yes.
Why is it that you find more of incident of ignorance out of school children, more of insensitivity to the welfare of the people, in the same environment that have dominated political power? Because through political power, you use it to create economic empowerment for your people, cultural and educational enlightenment. Why is it so? It is so because under Lugard, he looked at the fact that, one, they didn't know that colonialism will end the way it ended. that is their agitation for independence, will thrive. So one of the things they did was to collaborate with the northern emirs, who, yes, religious leaders, but they were more of cultural leaders that controlled the people. So what they did was to hedge then what they call Western education, and looked at the more educated Southerners as irritants to their ambition of domination. If you looked at the introduction of indirect rule, it speaks to this point I'm making. You know, but you see, if you follow the natural sequence of reaping what you sow, when we attained independence, which you knew ought to have been in 57, but the North not being ready, you know, couldn't, even in 60, only that the British then felt, okay, if you don't want it, we have to postpone, because by then they had already had the Willing Commission report on minority, you know. So it came, but when it came, it was not for Nigeria, because the regional government was in situ. So, but for the reform that took place, I think it was Mauritania, where you have now to have national political party, you know, which started in 1999. You discover that the North didn't even bother to campaign in the West or in the Eastern region, because they had the number that will always make them leaders. So, but the question is that what kind of governance was conducted? It was very clear that you had a rule that impoverished the people, made them ignorant, for them to be easily controlled. And this is part of what we are seeing. But there is a limit to exploitation, just like slavery. Yeah, people will tell you how slavery ended, but they will not tell you that it naturally wouldn't have continued, because it came to a point where the economic value of slavery wasn't sustainable. So the point I'm making is that we have not been able to transit from what we had before and after independence. And what people inherited, just like state creation, is that when they think they have their own empire, they replicate the same culture or structure that they had contested against, and becomes the new masters without allowing civil liberty to thrive. So you find that injustice, lack of access to governance, and the imposition and the exploitation continue to thrive. And that is why governance seems to be removed from the people who are yet not citizens.
All right, comrade. Therefore, one may not be wrong to say that what we should be probing in Nigeria is not the propaganda of Christian genocide, rather the lack of arrest, successful prosecution of banditry, extremism, particularly, let's say, in the Middle Belt, for example.
Well, when we analyze this within the context of Obibeyin tradition, you will discover that we got a culture whereby we allow these things to thrive. And as it thrives, it became more of, you know, there is this saying in Igbo, that when a bad act, you know, is allowed over a period, it becomes a culture, you know. So the issue of Middle Belt, what we have now is an escalation. But if you also look at the struggle of the Middle Belt under Joseph Taka, you will discover that the Middle Belt has always been in the struggle for liberation. It's always been there. Because when you look at the Tiv riots, it was not something that just happened without a cause. So over time, I just made reference to the Mahdi incident, I think of 1905. You know, the point I want to make here is that the manner through which colonialism constituted the current state known as Nigeria has never been questioned or interrogated.
Okay.
So the culture has continued to thrive. You know, how do you now reconcile the fact that in a country such as Nigeria, with the constitution we have, that talked about justice and equality, that you have 12 states, for instance, in the north, that they have Sharia, the dictates of which and value contradicts clearly the provision of chapter 4, which was fundamental human rights of citizens. And you ask yourself, how do you deal with that? How can you have a subsystem operating within a national system that ought to guarantee civil liberty? Because look at the point I'm making. If we are practicing, which is what we ought to be practicing, the presidential system, we will want to look at America. And there are 4 values on which democracy, presidential system of democracy is anchored. You talk about what they call political democracy, which is the tenured system of election. People will always elect their representative. You now talk about civil liberty. And it is civil liberty in America, the way it has been operated, that you discover that it is almost impossible for rights to be violated.
Right.
If you remember or recall that even the American president, was convicted by courts for several years and what have you, until he was sworn in. Just because of the existence of a rights regime that allows that before right can be violated, you must have exhausted all the processes. Then you have equality of reward. That is the 3 angle. Equality of reward. Then you have equal opportunity. But in Nigeria, you know, we don't have all this. And yet, we are practicing democracy. So a situation, for instance, you are in the north, and you are right. I just read something yesterday about in Kano, a content creator. I think there was something they did.
Yeah.
And the court is now mandating him to marry within. So how do you reconcile that? You know, so I believe these are part of the challenges, red flags, and hiccups that have made it impossible for us to weld. We can't deny that we have challenges, but paths have crossed. Nigeria is not a place you can now say these people are this or the other people are this. So it's a complex situation, but it is not something you can just classify and say that a particular set of people. I just gave you example, the one government perpetuated. Whether you are talking about the baccalaureate incident, even the Bacha, you know, the Mambila, you know, when they started the Oji, the Zakibiam, you know, these are the ones perpetrated by government agents. So it was not whether people were attacked religiously and what have you. So we have a system where people find it difficult, just like you mentioned, to obtain justice. And where people cannot access justice, self-help now takes over. But that self-help now, when you begin to categorize it, you either categorize it as tribal, depending on the context, or you categorize it as religious, depending on the content. If you look at even the issue of settlers, indigenous, that is predominant in the north, you discover it is not solely religious, depending on the side you find yourself. So the Nigerian situation is very complex, and I think it's not something that should just classify, because what it do is that it will worsen even the effort, like Bishop Kuka said, of reconciliation and the interfaith progress in conversation that had taken place.
All right. Comrade, on that note, we'll go on a short break.
Okay.
When we return, we'll continue to probe this issue.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us. And we're still probing the issue of geopolitical responses to violation of religious freedom in Nigeria. And we've been x-raying this topic with Comrade Fidelis Ede, who is the former Labour leader and a lawyer. He prides himself as a practicing farmer. He's the executive director, Service Accord Initiative. Comrade, let's look at the U.S. angle to this whole issue. You know, the U.S. recently designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern regarding religious freedom. What implications does this designation have for Nigeria, international relations, and domestic dynamics?
Well, I think this point has to be made clear that for every action, there's always an interest. So the question will be, in I think 2020, it was Trump administration that had designated Nigeria as a country of concern and placed certain embargo on the country. And if you recall, when President Jonathan was in office, the attempt to procure military hardwares and what have you that would have helped that government to deal with the then Boko Haram hadn't gotten as interest as it is. It is now something that was revealed that all those were part of the scheme to get Jonathan out of office. And we have also learned from the likes of El-Rufai and what have you, what they did to try to destabilize Jonathan, some of which is what we are suffering, because it's very obvious from records and revelations that part of the banditry in the north were people who were brought in preparatory to be used, assuming the election hadn't gone the way. So it was like a fait accompli. So for me, in international politics, you will discover that since Trump came in, Trump has tried to conduct himself as an empire builder. The American interest for Trump, what they call make America great again, is one that is very, very obvious, immersed in economic and military spirituality. So the question will be, if one had an opportunity, is to interrogate the interest of, I think, Senator Cruz, the man who is pushing this agenda. And if you look at the lobby system in American politics, you discover that there is nothing that happens that people don't lobby for. So the question here will be, who are those pushing this agenda?
Okay.
Because if under Trump, this was raised and the embargo placed. Then Biden came in and removed it. What has happened between then and now? Because from the analysis, I am not denying that Nigeria has challenges. Challenges that at every given time, I begin to even say, are we already in a state of anarchy? But if we also look at the consequences of anarchy, you will discover that one of the things that happens is that it destroys the status quo, the collaborative mechanisms, the governmental mechanisms through which governance ought to thrive. Because governance is about the people. We are not returning to the bush. We are not returning to the primitive time. So when anarchy thrives, and assuming it succeeds in even taking over a system, it will still need a level of cooperative mechanism to thrive. Anarchy cannot, the French Revolution is a clear example. You know, the American, that one didn't even qualify for revolution. It ought to be kind of liberation. But you will see the difference between the French and the American system. The system, the revolution, tried to even redefine man, questioned even the existence of God. But the American system, yes, challenged the British hegemony without actually destabilizing or disowning the structures that were in place. And in redefining their own system, they didn't quite even institute democracy. Because a system, you purport to have democracy, but have what you will call electoral college that can unturn popular decision, or even what the outcome of the electoral college, have it turned by the vice president sitting as the president of Senate. You know, the American system is complex if you understand it. So you discover that America is designed in a way that there are people that own it, no matter how you say. So what is the interest of the people that purport to own America in Nigeria? That's where I'm pushing. You know, there will always be that interest. And at every given time, no matter what anybody talks about Abacha, you will discover that under him, Abacha was the one that focused Nigeria towards China. That is the Asian model. And America was not comfortable with the way Abacha started going. I'm not talking about even how he came to power, violation of civil liberties and what have you. You know, how he tried to muzzle, how he tries to. But I'm saying that at every given time, if you also look at other African countries, whether it is the Francophone, you know, whether it is the British, you will discover that at every given time, it is the economic and military superiority of the presiding nation, particularly if they are the one that have colonized. And America goes to no country without costs, from what we've seen. So for me, America designating Nigeria as a country of concern. Concern for who? Concern for who? There are a lot of things America can do to support the extermination of insurgents, but they're not doing it. You know, I just made reference to the experience where Jonathan had to be denied access to certain class of weaponry and what have you. So we must be careful, you know, running about this American narrative about designating. Yes, these are issues that we are battling, but if you look at, for instance, under the current president, you have Buhari that clearly appointed Muslims, you know, to sensitive. In fact, Buhari's executive council was as if it was Islamic. But if you look at the current president and look at certain positions, you know, chief of defense staff, even the recently appointed INEC chairman, you look at the chairman of the National Governing Party, APC, and what have you, you can see some level of inclusion of balance in terms of faith. So what I'm saying is that let's not use, for instance, because these reports of 2025 is not about 2025. It's about the past, but it's coming now. So the report, does it include the efforts now that have been made? You know, so we must be careful when we talk about America. America, from what I've seen, does not just go. America is no longer a Father Christmas. So under Trump, no. America now takes its pound of flesh wherever they think is necessary. So it has shown even in international organizations like what is this? And there's this UNICEF and other organization where America has backed out, WTO, just name it. So as long as Trump is concerned, America is a business big man.
Okay. Now that you've mentioned it, you question what is the interest of the owners of America. Will it be right to ask that if this Americans' involvement or attempt to redesignate Nigeria is an infringement on the sovereignty of Nigeria or an involvement in our internal affairs?
Well, you see, America has tried to conduct itself as the policeman of the world. But you can see countries that are bold. If you take China, for instance, China has battled America to a standstill. You know, you take even American engagement with Europe, you know, even Britain. So the point is that we will not succumb. I wouldn't want Nigeria to succumb. Okay, if America designates us as country of concern and embargo is being placed, how does it serve the purpose of the citizens that are already being persecuted? We know what is happening in the Middle East, Gaza and Hamas and the Israeli challenge. So, for instance, if a man is starving his household and you decide not to allow him access to food, how does it ameliorate the starvation of the household? So I think the American system ought to be redefined. And like you said, America must begin, well, it's not that America must begin. Nigeria must begin to assert its sovereignty. The government must take deliberate steps to ensure that citizens begin to have access to justice. Okay. And the easiest way to do it is that the tiers of government must begin to be functional. Let me tell you, if the local government system in Nigeria has operated the way it is designed, and the local government are center of mobilization where you have over 70%, now let me use the word citizens now, because we are now talking about Nigeria, reside. What it means is that you would have created an economic evolution whereby, as a result of enlightened self-interest, people will now have vested interest where they are domiciled. And one thing that has become very clear is that where people have enlightened interest in terms of economic empowerment and presence, they fight back when they see those who want to disrupt their way of life. But when people live in poverty, when people are impoverished, when people have nothing to defend, they have no choice because they're already down. So the failure of the local government system, up till now, you discover that it has been a struggle. Even the president, when he, as a result of the Supreme Court decision that the local government ought to be autonomous and receive their money, and the president signed an executive order, you saw the resistance from states, you know. So why would we continue to operate a system that impoverishes the people at the base where they have to? Because at the end of the day, Nigeria is not an abstract thing. If you look at the Land Use Act, you will discover, yes, they will tell you that the land is vested in hand of the governors and what have you. But you will also discover that that act never, there was nowhere it appropriated ancestral lands of the people, which is more. You know, for instance, when you want to build in your community, you don't go obtaining any permission from government. Yes. So why is it that the local government that have to empower the people to be able to express themselves where they are as indigents, even if they are settlers? Once people have economic empowerment, you will discover that they develop some level of resistance, and resistance caused by knowledge, expression, and engagement. So, but a situation where government has abandoned the people on their own, it is not land that people have no investment, and you describe those places as ungoverned spaces. Ungoverned spaces means that those who have capacity can occupy, and that is what we are seeing.
All right, comrade, for want of time, I want to ask in a very brief advice, what would be your advice to the Nigerian authorities and their global partners concerning the complicity of this issue in regards to protection of vulnerable communities in Nigeria and reconciliation?
Well, the first one is to the citizens. And I will use the Igbo saying that he who is abandoned don't have to abandon himself. Nigerian citizens seem not to even understand the orientation they need to exercise as citizens. And that's why we have remained indigenous people. That is one. Then for government, because government is something that comes, is transitional. You know, we have seen that we are in a situation which Hobbes described as anarchy. You know, life is short, brutish, and people.
Hello, I'm Deborah Wakoba. I am Chidimi Kemede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Now the headlines. Presidency refutes reports of Tinubu's planned visit to U.S. Kano State government approves 9.8 billion naira roads and flood control. Governor Bago's convoy vandalized amid cash giveaway chaos. Nigerian army rescues kidnapped victims, seizes 3.8 million naira ransom in Kogi. House Committee to expose drug traffickers, corporate misconduct. Fear in Benue as former councillor killed by suspected headsman. Aneke promises smooth, credible Anambra election. NLC warns of total health sector collapse over neglect. Lagos residents groan as cooking gas hits 1,400 naira per kilogram. Now to the details of the news. The Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Media and Publicity, Temitope Ajayi, has dismissed a report claiming that the president is scheduled to visit the United States on Tuesday for a meeting with U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. Ajayi, in a post via his official X handle on Monday, described the report as false and misleading, saying it had fueled unnecessary speculation and uninformed commentaries. Ajayi added that if Tinubu were to visit the White House, he would be meeting with President Donald Trump, not the Vice President. The clarification came after reports claimed that Tinubu was set to travel to Washington for top-level diplomatic engagement amid heightened global attention on the alleged persecution of Christians in Nigeria and a recent statement by Trump threatening possible military action. Trump, in a post on his Truth account on Saturday, warned that the United States might go in guns blazing if the Nigerian government failed to stop the alleged killings of Christians. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, has forecast dust, haze and thunderstorms across various parts of the country from Monday to Wednesday, warning citizens to stay alert and take safety precautions. NIMET's weather outlook released yesterday in Abuja predicted slight dust haze over Katsina, Kano, Jigawa, Yobe, Borno and parts of Kaduna states today, with sunny conditions expected in all the northern areas. According to the agency, isolated thunderstorms are likely in parts of southern Taraba during the afternoon and evening, while sunny skies with patches of clouds will dominate the central region. NIMET said isolated thunderstorms were also expected over parts of Benue and Kogi states later in the day, as the southern region experienced a generally cloudy atmosphere with chances of light morning rainfall. The forecast further indicated late morning thunderstorms over parts of Ogun, Cross River, Akwa Ibom and Lagos states, with moderate rainfall likely in some southwestern and southeastern states by evening. It envisaged isolated thunderstorms with moderate rains later today over Ondo, Ogun, Edo, Ekiti, Osun, Abia, Imo, Ebonyi, Enugu, Anambra, Lagos, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Rivers, Bayelsa and Delta states. For tomorrow, NIMET predicted a sunny and hazy atmosphere over the northern region, while isolated thunderstorms are anticipated over southern Taraba during the afternoon and evening hours. NIMET listed affected areas to include Ogun, Edo, Enugu, Ondo, Abia, Imo, Ebonyi, Lagos, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Bayelsa and Delta states, where moderate rainfall is expected on Tuesday evening. For Wednesday, NIMET forecasts sunny skies over the northern region and sunny conditions with patches of clouds across the central region throughout the day, with thunderstorms developing later in some areas. It predicted isolated thunderstorms with light rain over Kwara, Benue and Kogi states during the afternoon and evening, urging residents to take precautions during adverse weather conditions. NIMET identified Abia, Anambra, Imo, Ekiti, Osun, Ogun, Oyo, Ondo, Edo, Lagos, Bayelsa, Delta, Rivers, Cross River and Akwa Ibom states as areas to experience thunderstorms on Wednesday afternoon or evening. The agency urged motorists to drive cautiously under rain and hazy conditions, noting that dust particles might remain suspended over northern states, reducing visibility and air quality. NIMET also advised persons with asthma or respiratory conditions to take precautions against dust exposure and remain indoors during periods of heavy haze or poor air quality. Airline operators were urged to obtain airport-specific weather reports and flight documentation from NIMET for effective planning and to avoid delays or disruptions due to weather conditions. The agency encouraged residents to stay informed through its official updates and forecasts accessible on its website www.nimet.gov.ng and social media channels for daily weather information. Kano State government has approved over 9.8 billion naira for roads, flood control and renovation projects across the state. The decision was made during the 33rd State Executive Council meeting chaired by Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf. The projects include solar power street lights in Kwankwasia City, hydraulic structures along Kwana Doba Fama Kaunukure Road, renovation at the Audu Bako Secretariat, and traffic light installations across major roads. Other key approvals cover road maintenance, dwarf fences and flood control works at Buban Gwari roundabout. The total funding spanning various sectors including works, health, education and renewable energy exceeds 19 billion naira. Kano State Commissioner for Information Ibrahim Waya said the project aimed to improve infrastructure, enhance public safety and boost residents' quality of life. Tensions flared in Bida on Sunday as angry youths attacked Governor Umar Bago's convoy following a failed cash distribution. Several officials' vehicles were damaged and a senior government official sustained injuries. Residents had been promised financial gifts ahead of the local government elections. However, only a few beneficiaries received money, sparkling outrage. Eyewitnesses said youth hurled stones and sachet water at the governor's convoy and later vandalized APC's campaign billboards across the town. The incident follows a previous stampede at a similar car-sharing event that left a young girl dead and several others injured. Authorities have not yet commented on Sunday's unrest. Troops of 12th Brigade Army rescued 2 kidnapped victims and recovered 3.8 million naira ransom on Sunday in Achigili Forest. The male and female victims were intercepted along the Itobe Adumu Ejulu Road after troops acted on credible intelligence. In the ensuing firefight, the kidnappers fled, abandoning the victims and cash. The rescued victims are now in safe custody, while the army urged the public to provide timely information to help combat crime. The House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee on Drug Trafficking and Alcohol Abuse has vowed to unearth perpetrators and hold them accountable. Committee Chairman Representative Timeyin Adelegbe, APC Ondo, said multi-stakeholders conferences will be held in Lagos and Abuja to gather evidence and public input. The aim is to investigate companies and institutions enabling drug, alcohol, and tobacco abuse and propose legislative reforms. Adelebe warned that attempts to mislead the committee will be treated as contempt of the National Assembly, emphasizing that the probe is aimed at protecting Nigerians' health and restoring corporate ethics. You're watching Aneke TV News across the country. Remember, you can follow us on all social media, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Presidency refutes report of Tinubu's planned visit to U.S. Kano approves 9.8 billion naira for roads and flood control. Governor Bago's convoy vandalized amid cash giveaway chaos. Nigerian Army rescues kidnapped victims, seizes 3.8 million naira ransom in Kogi. House Committee to expose drug traffickers, corporate misconduct. And coming up shortly, fear in Benua's former councillor killed by suspected herdsmen. Aneke promises smooth, credible Anambra election. NLC warns of total health sector collapse over neglect. Lagos resident grown as cooking gas hits 1,400 naira per kilogram. We'll be right back. Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Welcome back. Residents of Tombo Council Ward in Logo Local Government Area, Benue State, are gripped by fear after suspected armed headsmen killed former councillor Atin Digard Sibe over the weekend. The attack occurred along Ayilamo Anyi Road near Sukwa village as Sibe was returning from a security meeting addressing rising local attacks. Witnesses said gunmen ambushed the vehicle, killing Sibe on the spot. The incident has forced residents to flee the community, while leaders are calling for increased military protection to prevent further violence. As of now, Benue police have not confirmed the attack. INEC Chairman Professor Joasham Mupitan has confirmed that the Commission is fully prepared for the Anambra State governorship election on Saturday, November 8, 2025. During an inspection of INEC's offices in Oka, Professor Mupitan assured citizens of a peaceful, credible, and technology-driven election. He warned against attempts by vested interests to discredit the process. Resident Electoral Commissioner Dr. Elizabeth Agu said All non-sensitive materials have been distributed to the 21 local government areas, while the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, is fully configured and ready. Generators have been deployed to ensure uninterrupted power at critical locations. Professor Mupitan stressed the importance of collaboration with political parties, security agencies, civil society, and the media to guarantee a smooth election. National commissioners joined the chair in reviewing final preparations across key offices. The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has accused government officials of abandoning Nigeria's health sector while seeking medical care abroad. NLC President Joe Ajero said the poor welfare of health workers, unpaid benefits, and lack of proper funding have pushed the system to the brink of collapse. Speaking at the National Executive Council meeting of the Medical and Health Workers Union in Abuja, Ajero described the situation as a national tragedy, blaming government neglect and broken promises. He said many health workers are overworked, underpaid, and disrespected, leading to burnout and brain drain. Ajero urged all health unions to unite and demand better pay, safe working conditions, and adequate hospital funding. He warned that without major reform, the exodus of health professionals will continue, saying, if not japa. The NLC president also called on workers to build political power ahead of the 2027 elections to ensure leaders who prioritize public welfare. Now to business. The price of cooking gas has refused to drop despite earlier promises from marketers. Across Lagos, 1 kilogram of cooking gas now sells between 1,200 naira and 1,400 naira, up from 950 naira last month. Marketers blame the high price on supply delays, maintenance work, and refinery challenges. Outgoing president of the Gas Marketers Association, Olatunbosun Oladapo, says prices should fall soon as Seplat Energy and Dangote Refinery increase gas supply. Nigeria's LPG use has doubled to 2 million tons since 2021, with hopes to hit 6 million tons under the government's Decade of Gas initiative. Still in business, the price of the US dollar went up again on Monday, November 3rd, 2025 at the official bank rate. $1 is now 1,421 naira, but on the street, in the black market, people are buying it between 1,440 naira and 1,515 naira. This means it now costs more naira to buy dollars, especially for traders, travelers, and importers. Experts say the rise is because many people want dollars, but there are not enough to go around. Now moving over to sports. In a trading upset at the second Senator Abiru Mixed Team Table Tennis Championship, Oyo State emerged champions at Molade Okoya Thomas Hall, Taslim Balogun Stadium, Lagos. Led by Wasiu Aziz and Halima Hussein, Oyo defied expectations, defeating top-seeded teams including Lagos, Edo, and Kwara. In the final against Bayelsa State, Oyo took the early lead in mixed doubles, overcame a setback in singles, and sealed victory with a 3-1 win in women's doubles. Kwara claimed bronze with a 3-0 win over Lagos Team 2 in the third-place match. The 5.5 million naira prize money tournament, sponsored by Senator Tokunbo Abiru, showcased exceptional skill, sportsmanship, and excitement. Senator Abiru praised the athletes and promised an even bigger, more inclusive edition in 2026, aiming to make the championship a premier continental event. Now to the world of entertainment. Popular TikTok couple Jarvis and Habib Bella Hamzat are back in the spotlight after another public online spat. Jarvis, in tears, accused Bella of being controlling and insensitive about her attempts to reconnect with her estranged father, alleging he made hurtful comments about the relationship. Bella countered, accusing Jarvis of secrecy over her phone and alleged money laundering through her TikTok live gifts, claiming some fans demand a 50-50 share of the cash she receives. The heated exchange has drawn massive attention online, though Jarvis has yet to publicly respond to the financial allegation. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Media and Publicity, Temito Bajayi, has dismissed a report claiming that the president is scheduled to visit the United States tomorrow for a meeting with U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. The Kano state government has approved 9.8 billion naira for new road construction, flood control and renovation projects across the state. We told you cooking gas prices in Lagos have soared to between 1,200 naira and 1,400 naira per kilogram, despite promises of a price drop. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness report, please call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakaba, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Well, look at the joke, we the other, do you want to go get it? What do you want to go get it? Yeah, well, we go. I better get a good never below what you get it. Don't get a good never below what you get it. I remember you get the legend of God or your cabo.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Security is not just police on patrol, It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Close your eyes. Let the years roll back. Echoes of the past, taking you back in time, where every story shines like a sweet old rhyme. From classic hits to faces we've missed, from golden days to timeless bliss. It's not just memories, it is a journey through the moment that made us. Echoes of the past, the stories that last, on your Throwback Thursday, bringing back the past. Only here on Aneke TV, where yesterday lives again. Imagine Nigeria in the 1940s, a country ruled by colonial masters, where women's voices were hushed, where politics was a man's game. Now imagine one woman, elegant, fearless, sharp as blade, standing in the marketplace, rallying women with songs and laughter, then walking straight into parliament, daring men to take her seriously. That woman was Margaret Ekpo. But behind her striking Ankara wrappers and her fairy speeches lay stories history books rarely tell, of resilience, loss, fashion, strategy, and even imprisonment. This is not just a biography. This is a story of the lioness who roared in silence so Nigerian women could one day speak freely. Hello and welcome. This is Echoes of the Past right here on Aneke TV with Aneke. Born July 27, 1914 in Creektown, Cross River, Margaret Ekpo's childhood was marked by loss. She lost her father, a churchman early on, yet her widowed mother insisted she continue school. Margaret's mother sold fish to keep her daughter in school. It was from those market trips that Margaret first learned the power of women's solidarity. Margaret trained as a teacher and in 1938 married Dr. John Ekpo. But history often disguises destiny. While her husband worked in hospitals, Margaret sat on medical meetings. She noticed something disturbing. Nigerian doctors, brilliant and skilled, were excluded by colonial officials. Margaret would later confess to her daughter that it was at one of those hospital meetings that she swore to herself, "One day, I will sit where they sit, not as a wife, but as a leader." Margaret's entry into politics didn't begin in a parliament. It began in the market. She realized that women traders, though uneducated, controlled the lifeblood of Nigeria's economy. So she built alliances with them, teaching them about politics through stories, songs, and market gossip. What history often forgets is that her political meetings were deliberately disguised as cultural dances. She would invite women under the pretense of music and fashion, only to rally them about taxes, rights, and elections. That was Margaret Ekpo, turning everyday life into political strategy. By the late 1940s, Margaret Ekpo's influence spread beyond Aba and Calabar. She collaborated with Fumilayo Ransom Kuti in Abeokuta, and together they shook the colonial establishment. She joined the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroon's NCNC, led by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. But unlike many politicians of her time, Margaret carried women to the heart of politics. In 1953, when she led women to a rally in Enugu, over 3,000 market women showed up in matching headscarves. The colonial police had never seen anything like it. That was the day British colonial officials began calling her the woman who mobilizes armies without guns. Margaret Ekpo weaponized fashion. She believed that a woman's wrapper was her armor. And she wore hers with deliberate flamboyance. To her, every bold color was resistance, every head tie a crown. She once arrived at the Eastern House of Assembly in a wrapper so dazzling that a male politician muttered, "She dresses like a queen." Margaret replied, "And I legislate like one too." By 1961, Margaret Ekpo was elected to the Eastern Regional House of Assembly. She became one of Nigeria's first female legislators, but history can be cruel. The turbulence of the 1966 coup and the civil war that followed silenced her voice. During the war, she was detained by the military government. Few know this, but her daughter later revealed that Margaret used her time in prison to teach young women prisoners how to read and write. Even in chains, she empowered. After the war, Margaret Ekpo withdrew from frontline politics, but she never stopped inspiring. In 2001, Calabar Airport was renamed Margaret Ekpo International Airport, a permanent reminder that she took Nigerian women from the marketplace to the legislature. Each of these women walks on the path Margaret cleared. Margaret Ekpo lived until the age of 92, passing away on September 21, 2006. But her spirit still lingers. In every ballot cast by a Nigerian woman, in every political meeting where women sit at the table, and in every marketplace where women raise their voices without fear. She was not just a politician. She was a wife, a mother, a fashionista, a strategist, a prisoner, and above all, a pioneer. Margaret Ekpo proved that politics was not a man's business. It was everybody's business. And that's all we have for you today on Echoes of the Past right here on Aneke TV with Amaka Inoji. Join us again next week, same time, same station. Bye for now.
Helping others is not weakness. It is humanity. A kind word, a shared meal, a listening ear can change someone's life. You don't have to be rich to help. Compassion is the greatest wealth. Lend a hand when you can.
kwado ndị dị nwa shọwọ ndị dị ekokoro n'odo n'eke n'odo anwụrụ na abụ iya n'odo n'eke n'odo anwụrụ n'ogoro n'obodo keke n'obodo n'eke ọjịde n'eke eje n'odo n'eke n'odo n'ọga n'odo bụrụ mkpọmashi abị n'odo n'eke chi n'odo wele yo babari webu jibego jekakale wele kile jogu kwide ya dolu bula bule jenu ketongo dulo tokoro iya mwaza mwete mwogu mwatushi mwana yide ni mwazu mwogu mwaza mwana mwokoto jeni di amachoro
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991 from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery and wood carving, and their historic significance especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility. Helping others is not weakness. It is humanity. A kind word, a shared meal, a listening ear can change someone's life. You don't have to be rich to help. Compassion is the greatest wealth. Lend a hand when you can.
go you want go get you. Ija wa kede we go abelejelu guzo. Ebe bulo woru bulujede. Dokara jelu guzo ebe bulo woru bulujede. Abe ma kwalo yu jedile jinu ka dore jo kago.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991 from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert. Report danger. Support community watch. True security is collective responsibility. Helping others is not weakness. It is humanity. A kind word, a shared meal, a listening ear can change someone's life. You don't have to be rich to help. Compassion is the greatest wealth. Lend a hand when you can.
wede wigbo nwansha ọmọ ka gọbọ ju ụjọ n'obodo a chi ọmọ ụtụtụ nke eze ka na-adị uche nwaka wede wigbo nwansha ọmọ ka gọbọ ju ụjọ nke na-ete ka abịrị nwansha ọmọ igbo ụbọchị m na-ejere nkwọ ọba anyị ụbọchị anyị jere nkwọ ọba anyị Age na baya, age na baya oh. Mwaje galo bodu buji.
All right, there viewer, thanks for joining us yet again on another interesting edition of the program, The Arena, which is where we meet to take on burning topical issues and matters facing us in the society as a people. Here, through the analysis of our resource persons, we seek to provide solutions on the way forward so that we could engender better society for every one of us. So you're welcome on board. My name is Chris Aniborgo, thanking you for being our wonderful companion. Yes, today on The Arena, we want to take a look at the proposal for the creation of additional states in Nigeria. And to help us do justice to this matter is a regular on this platform, a former member, Enugu State House of Assembly, and he is also a constitutional lawyer based here in Enugu from the Ikpe Malezoku Chambers. We are talking about Honorable Barrister Nwabeze Ugu. Deba, it's a pleasure to have you join us.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, our viewers.
You're welcome, sir. Okay, the federal government and the National Assembly recently came up with talks around additional states to be created in Nigeria. We have a 36-state, system, but then they are talking about additional states. How did you receive this news? Is it a welcomed development for us as a people? What's your take on this, sir?
I'm grateful. There is no doubt that the news by the Joint Committee of the National Assembly on Constitutional Amendment, the fact that they had adopted one more state to be created out of the Southeast, and 55 more state requests also in consideration, and about 298 requests for local government. There is no doubt that that news, particularly of the Southeast, is a cheering news. It is a news that ought to be welcomed by all and sundry, by any well-meaning Nigerian, by anybody who is forward-looking, by any person that wants Nigeria to survive as a nation, by anybody who is seriously interested in the well-being of this political entity called Nigeria. Every such person should be very happy that at the end of the day, the Southeast is set to be at par with the other 5 regions of the country. Because there's no region that is 5 states, it's only the Southeast. The rest are 6 states, while 1 is 7 states. I understand that the last person that created states, Sani Abacha, when he did create these states, wanted to create 2 states for the Southeast. But because of certain things that I really do not understand, he now decided to take that 6th state for the Southeast and give it to
a region in the north. So the implication now is that the southeast, which had been a majority region in this country, has now been turned to minority. It's honestly a sad blot on the history of the southeast in this country. It also does not mean well. It also spells doom, to put it very mildly, for the country as a nation.
Okay. So, but the move, according to you, is a welcomed one.
Very, very welcome.
We'll come to the issues pertaining to the, need for the extra one state for the southeast to make the southeast come to par with the other four
regions,
geopolitical zones in the country, because we understand that out of the 6 of them that we have in the country, one has 7 states already, which is the northwest. Therefore, the northeast, north central, south, southwest, each of them has 6 states, except the southeast with 5 states. But then let's look at the fact that the proposal is saying 6 more states, 1 to each of the zones now. I don't know. 6 more states, 1 for each of the zones. So if we're saying 6 more states, 1 for each of the zones, will the inequality the imbalance not still continue? If the southeast is to be given 1 more, would that not make us now be at 6? The ones with 6 will now become 7. And the one with 7 will become 8. So has that come to solve the problem?
See, I was going to put in that proviso when I first discussed this matter, because they were talking about 55 requests for state creation. And I did say in one other forum that if you now say, if you have 55 requests, and you are saying you have concluded to give the southeast 1 state, if you were to give, because there was one other time this issue was broached, and a case was seriously made for the southeast. The other regions were insisting that they should also be given 1 each. Now, if you give 1 each to every region, you have not done anything. You've merely left the equation as it was. If you want to do anything that will tip the equation, that will change the equation, all you need to do is to give the southeast 1 additional state. So if you are giving every state, every region 1 state each, then you give the southeast 2. If you are giving, and even the one that has 7 currently should get only 1.
If the northwest gets 1 more, that will be putting northwest at 8.
If you are giving the other 4, northeast, north central, southwest, and south. If you are giving each of them 1, you should give the southeast 2, and give northwest nothing.
Okay.
So that all the regions will now come at par. Each of them will now become 7 states. That's the proper thing. Because you appreciate the fact that whatever is good, whatever is worth doing at all,
is worth
doing well. And of course, whatever is good for the goose has no justification not being good for the gander. So honestly, it has cast a lot of slur on the sense of justice of Nigerians and the leadership Nigeria has had since 1992. It casts a serious slur. And you see, it also means that we are saying that the Civil War of 1967 to 1970 has not ended. Because if it has ended, you did say that it was no victor, no vanquished. If there was no victor, no vanquished, the implication is that all the people who populate that political entity they now become equal joiners. Each of them will have an interest that is equal and equitable to the interest of each and everybody else. But the moment you begin to reduce the interest of anyone, especially the interest of that person who is assumed to have been defeated, then it means that you have not accepted what you are preaching. No victor, no vanquished.
And then, surprisingly enough, the southeastern people, predominantly Igbos in Nigeria, you made reference to the fact that, do we say, once used to be among the majority ethnic nationalities in Nigeria, when we talk about the Hausa, Fulani, the Yoruba, and then the Igbos. I don't know if it will still be right to still refer to the southeastern people, to the Igbos, as being part of that majority ethnic nationality.
That's the problem.
Do we still belong to that cadre, to that category?
Because gradually, the Igbos in the southeast are going into minority. If you were to look at the political map of this country in 1970, at that time, we had I think 12 states. If you come down here, we had
Imo, Anambra.
No.
Okay.
12 states. We had East Central State.
Okay.
And then we had rivers or Cross River States. We had one in the south. That is, they now have 4 states. They now have rivers, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa. Now, Edo.
This will be Bendel.
Bendel State then now has 2.
Edo and Delta.
Now, but what is important is that it's not just you are not just looking at the geographical area, you are looking at the population as well. Because when you allocate anything in Nigeria, you allocate on the basis of population. The money is meant to service human beings. The money you are allocating to each state, not to service empty place, not to service land or service empty houses. They are meant to service human beings. So it is the revenue formula that ought to be adopted is that formula that looks at the population distribution, not land distribution.
Okay.
So that is it.
So the Igbos still belong to the category of the major tribes, right?
That's I believe we can say it's right now in our imagination, because with the facts on the ground, this statement is very, very far from the reality.
From the reality.
It is I don't know whether one should say it remains a dream, which is not close to the reality on the ground. But whatever happens, let's keep our fingers crossed.
All right, so we are proposing 2 more states if the other geopolitical zones are going to get one each. So the Southeast deserves 2. But the question again that will be popping up in the minds of the younger generation will be, why will the others have 6, 1, 7, and then the Southeast 5? What really could we look at with the lens and say is as a result of that this is actually the reason why the Southeast have just been left with only 5 states all the while? So for the younger generation who may be wondering what really happened, what may be what can we point at to say this is actually the reason?
The only reason, like I did
is
say,
it maybe because the land mass of the southeastern people seem to be small on the Nigerian map?
No.
What reason could we point at?
No, it couldn't have been because of the landmass. It is basically, like I did say, simply because when Sani Abacha was the president, was the head of state.
Head of state.
He was the last man that created, that actually brought in this inequality. When he was there, I am not certain. I'm just cracking my brain to see whether there was an Igbo man in the AFRC, the Armed Forces Ruling Council, which was the legislative arm of the federal government as well as the executive arm.
Under the military.
Yes, that institution shared two arms of government. They were the legislature, they were also the executive. So I'm not sure any Igbo man was there. And if an Igbo man was there, it's only an Igbo man that could have made a case for the Igbos. You do not expect a Northerner or a Westerner to come and say making case for your people when he hasn't satisfied his own people. And of course, when there's nobody making case for you in any person's presence, you expect that the person will say, let me just go and rest and relax. Why do I bother my head with people that are not serious, people that are absent, people that do not appreciate the fact that they ought to be represented in this body. So if there was no Igbo man there, you can't blame the people. Although that does not mean that they were the people that constituted the FRC. They were the people who deliberately excluded the Igbo from the FRC, and it was also it was also binding on them to protect the interest of the Southeast, since they had refused to bring in the Southeast into the FRC.
And isn't that the continued marginalization of the Southeast in the Nigerian body politic, especially when it comes to, authoritative allocation of values? That inequality in the number of states, isn't that the continuation of the marginalization, especially being agitated against by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, against the federal government? What do you think, Barrister?
You see, like I did say, all these that are propping up now cannot be divorced from the fact that the Igbos lost that war. And so the people that fought on the side of Nigeria at that time are bent on taking a pound of flesh from the Southeast. They are bent on asserting the fact that they actually won this war. And they are telling us to our faces that if this war had gone the other way, that they do not know they do not know what would have been their position. So right now that it has gone the way it went, they are prepared and ready to take everything. They now look at it as winner takes all, instead of how the leadership of the federal government at that time, despite what they said and what they claimed, the present leadership, they are not prepared to come close to the statement made at that time by the leadership of the country.
And so we continue to see the continued marginalization of the Southeast.
And it's not in a hurry to stop.
And is that not why the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is seriously agitating?
There is no doubt. There is no doubt. That because there's a great injustice. There's a great injustice. You see, the marginalization keeps rearing up its head every single day, both in employment, both in everything, every single thing under the sun. Check them one after another. The marginalization is palpable. It is written everywhere, written even in the open, everywhere. So I believe that there's a need to do something so that the present generation, because I honestly, no. If something is not done, and done very fast,
okay,
it is difficult to predict.
So the creation of an additional state for the South is going to assuage a whole lot of feelings. It's going to calm a lot of nerves. But then if we are talking about adding more states to the already existing ones that the other regions have, then it will become injustice and inequality continued.
Exactly.
So if we are going to settle the inequality, then let every region be on the same scale.
That's
They are
correct.
power with each other. So that's the issue.
That's correct.
Some persons are of the opinion that most of the states we have are not viable enough economically. What use will a state be of if such a state cannot boast of its own resources to take care of itself? Like we see most of the states in Nigeria today, most of them are actually not economically viable. So what will it be for you, Barrister Nwabezugu? The viability of the states. Are we putting that into consideration?
Nobody puts viability of states into consideration. That's why Nigerians,
why is that?
That's why Nigerians are still requesting for, still making 298 applications for, or is it 287 for local government creation. You see, the reason why nobody considers viability is because none of the states is charged with making even a kobo for the running of the state. Every kobo they need to run the state, they get it from Abuja.
From Abuja, from the federal.
So they have no need, absolutely no need to make any, to consider anything when they are making requests. Otherwise, if you look at United States, for instance, or some other political entities in the world, what you consider to say that this is a state, this is not a state, is the viability of that political entity. Is the viability that makes it necessary for an enclave to be considered for statehood. If that enclave is not self-financing, nobody will consider to make it a state. Why would you give statehood to a group of persons who won't be able to eat in the morning, won't be able to eat in the afternoon, won't be able to eat at night? To run a government, establish the presidency, establish the governorship, you need a lot of money. Because even if it were to be just the administrative cost, that's a lot of money. Before you now even talk about the personnel cost, this one, that one, that one, all the costs. That's a lot of money. So for you to be considered to be given a state, it has to be very clearly said and acknowledged that these people that are getting the request for statehood, that they are indeed self-sufficient. So that will inform the consideration by the National Assembly and even by the presidency, by the governors, by all the people that are within that geographical entity called National Assembly. That's what they consider in order to say, give these people a state, these people deserve a state, these people don't deserve a state.
So economic viability is very important.
Very important. In fact, not just important, but indispensable.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be part of what they are putting into considerations in even considering the additional 6 states that they are, talking about. Otherwise, some persons have the opinion of what use will these states be if they cannot, operate, if they lack the ability to be self-sustaining and self-sufficient. So, but all of these and more. Well, we will quickly go on this break. When we return, we continue the conversation with Honorable Barrister Nwabezugu on the proposal for additional state creation in Nigeria. Please don't go away. Stay with us.
Helping others is not weakness. It is humanity. A kind word, a shared meal, a listening ear can change someone's life. You don't have to be rich to help. Compassion is the greatest wealth. Lend a hand when you can.
All right, then, you are good to return with you to the show. It's the arena on Aneke Television. Back to you, Honorable Sanwabezo. Still on the state creation matter. Why does it look like it's a Herculean task for a civilian government to create states in Nigeria? The states we had created were all exercises done by the military while they were in office. But for the civilian, leadership, it begins to appear like it's a very, very difficult task to have states created by civilian, government. I don't know how you see this one. Because a lot of persons are applauding this very particular administration for taking this bold step,
There is no doubt that every exercise for state creation ought to be Herculean.
It ought to be Herculean.
Ought to be Herculean.
So why is that so?
Because it cannot be made easy. If you make it easy, then there is that tendency that before the expiration of 4 years, Nigeria would have reached up to 100 states. And remember that when you have too many political entities like the states, you're also increasing the overhead expenditure. You are increasing the administrative overhead, administrative expenditure for the entire country. And so the smaller the number of states, the better for the country. The less amount of money they will spend on administrative costs, the more money they will now have for expenditure in other spheres of human endeavor. So that it's not in the interest of this country, or indeed in the interest of any other country of the world, to have too many states. Look at America, that occupies 2 continents. As big as America is, and as knowledgeable as they are, with all the things that they have, they're still operating on a 50 state structure. This is a country that is in 2 continents of the world. That country is almost as big as a continent. And yet, you see them. They have just 50 states. Nigeria, the landmass of Nigeria is probably, I think, about 12,000.
Which may be an equivalent of one state in the United States.
In fact, when I went to India, I was in the state called Maharashtra, with its capital at Pune. That capital, Pune alone, had over 20 million inhabitants. 20 million inhabitants. In Nigeria, I think it's only Lagos that has up to 20 million inhabitants.
I think Lagos and Kano, according to the last population.
I'm not sure that Kano doesn't have up to 20. Kano doesn't have up to 20. It's only Lagos that has that population. And so, but look at such a city, such a country like India. Look at the same capital. So, but in Nigeria, I don't know what the current position is, but I know that a state like Bayelsa has 11 local governments. And even the local governments are so tiny, then the number of persons in that state are also small, comparably when you compare it to the rest of the states in the country. The population of the people there is small. So if you look at it, you will not go far to take that decision within yourself that Nigeria does not need any more states.
Okay, but is that the reason why it's a huge task for a civilian government to embark on the exercise of state creation?
Yes.
How come it's so easy with the military?
We have a constitution that came into operation that came into operation by dint of decree number 5, I think, of 1999, which was promulgated on the 5th of May, 1999.
That's the constitution now?
Yes. The constitution promulgation decree was signed into law by Sani Abacha. Sorry, by Abubakar.
Abdulsalami
Abubakar on the 5th of May, 1999. By the provisions of either 320 of the Constitution, the commencement date was 29th of May. Now, by that 29th of May 1999 till now, the military is no longer in charge. Mm-hmm. Before the military handed over, the way they made laws was that both the legislative as well as the executive powers were vested in one individual, the head of state.
The head of state.
In fact, it was often said that if the head of state was in his toilet and coughed, if he's coughed in his toilet, he had made a law.
Yeah.
It was a law which everybody was duty-bound to obey. And when you go to court, the court will interpret that law and tell you to obey it, because that is the law. And the job of the court is to interpret the law that the legislature has made. Now, that same man who had both the executive and judicial and legislative powers was very free to create states. All he needed, called the Attorney General, state, Okeke state, create Okeke state. He should run from pillow to bed, from bed to wall, from wall to the door. That is Okeke state. Attorney General will go and do exactly what he has done, what he has said. And now he will sign it, and the thing becomes a decree. It becomes law. Immediately, they will share the states where Okeke was carved out of, will share its assets with Okeke. So, but since the military came into power, you know that when the military was there, we had the Constitution Suspension and Modification Decree, which suspended the Constitution and modified its provisions. Mm. So that decree became superior to the Constitution. The Constitution began to play a second fiddle to the decree. But since May 29, when the Constitution came into power, now the decree began to play a second fiddle to the Constitution. The Constitution became the extant law. It became the first et origo. It became the final norm. It became the be-all and the end-all of every legal process in Nigeria. So for you now to create any state, or to adjust the boundary of any state, or to create a local government, or adjust the boundary of a local government, you will need to tinker with the provisions of the Constitution. Specifically, Section 1 of the Constitution, subsection 1, says that the Constitution is a federation made up of 36 states. Now, Section 8 tells you how you can adjust boundaries of the local governments how you can adjust boundaries of the states. So if you are creating states, what you are seeking to do is to adjust boundaries of state boundary. Now, it also gives you the criteria for creating more states.
Okay.
It says the entire country, where you know that, okay, that's, you can, for you now even, to tinker with the provisions of the Constitution ordinarily. It is, you have to go to Section 9, subsection 2 of the 1999 Constitution.
Okay.
Which tells you how to amend or alter any part of the Constitution from Section 1 to Section 320, with the exception of Section 8 of the Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Constitution on fundamental human rights, which runs from Sections 33 to Section 46. So for you to alter or amend any of these sections, Section 8, Chapter 4, for you to amend any of that, you do that by the provisions of Section 9, subsection 3 of the Constitution. But for you to adjust any other section from 1 to 320, outside those ones I mentioned earlier, you go by Section 9, subsection 2, not Section 9, subsection 3. The other one is Section 9, subsection 3. This one is Section 9, subsection 2.
And each of them has different provisions.
Yes, because Section 9, subsection 3 is more rigid than Section 9, subsection 2. Section 9, subsection 3 was made to be more rigid than Section 9, subsection 2, because 9, subsection 3 deals on how you can amend the section that deals on how to alter state boundaries, how to create more states, how to alter the local government boundary. You don't make it to be easy. You must make it to be rigid. So that, because if you don't do that, there'll be serious chaos. If adjusting any of these is easy, is made easy, there'll be a problem.
It means if anyone who finds himself in a seat of power, he or she could just...
exactly. You know, he can decide to balkanize his own state into 10 and create 10 more states out of his own state, when the others will remain where they were. You are calling for anarchy. So that's why the people, the framers of the Constitution, in their wisdom, felt that there is a need to make such provide for 2 different sections that will deal on constitutional amendment. That's why they created Section 9, subsection 2, and then created Section 9, subsection 3, and made 9.3 more difficult to attain than 9.2, so that it is easier for you to change any provision of Chapter 3 of the Constitution on citizenship. Okay. It's easier for you to change it than for you to change Section 8, which deals on boundary adjustment, or to change any of the sections in Chapter 4 that deal on fundamental human rights. That also shows you, underscores the primacy in the mind of the framers of the Constitution on fundamental human rights. You remember that the first section under Chapter 4 is the right to life. So it is the first section under Chapter 4 that shows you that the Constitution itself and the framers of the Constitution consider life to be the most important right that anybody in this country has. And that, of course, you also know, is the first right that God gave to man, the right to life, before we talk of anything else. Even those rights that the Nigerian police trample upon, those rights that the peace officers in Nigeria trample upon, like the right to demonstrate, the right to free speech, the right to freedom of movement, the right to family and private life, the right to own property,
freedom of association,
the right to freedom of association, the right to all those rights, right to fair hearing, right to personal liberty, right to all such, they are all far more important than even the National Assembly itself. They are more important than any House of Assembly. They are more important than the executive powers of the president. They are more important than even the office of the president. That's the truth. Your right to life, your right to fair hearing, your right to personal liberty, your right to dignity of the human person, your right to freedom of speech, your right to freedom of movement, your right to freedom from discrimination, your right to own immovable property, your right anywhere in Nigeria, your right to anything, freedom of speech, conscience, and religion, right to freedom of speech, thought, conscience, and religion, right for you to even demonstrate. Those rights are made more important by the Constitution than the office of Mr. President, which was also created by the Constitution itself.
By the same Constitution.
So that is why, because the Constitution adjudges that those rights, those freedoms under Chapter 4 are more important than the office of the President that is contained in Section 130 of the 1999 Constitution. Because the Constitution considers those freedoms to be more important. That is why the Constitution made adjustment of any of those rights, those freedoms, more difficult, more Herculean, more rigid than making any adjustment to the office of Mr. President. Either how to become president, or how to be impeached from the office of president, or how to be recalled from any legislative house, or how to get election into the office of president, vice president, governor, deputy governor, the Senate, the House of Representatives, House of Assembly, anything, anywhere. Because the Constitution considers these rights to be more important. That's why they are more rigid to adjust than you can adjust to the office of the president. You know that the Nigerians actually has the right to wipe out the office of the president. Say they don't want it any longer.
But wouldn't that be needed to be reflected in the Constitution?
It's just adjustment that you need to the Constitution. If you go by the provisions of Section 9, subsection 2, to remove the office of the President, Section 130, and look at the other sections through which somebody can be elected into that position, also adjust them, the office becomes wiped out. In place of it, you can decide to say, okay, we now want a unicameral legislature. You remove the National Assembly and the, no, sorry.
You remove the Senate?
The Senate or the House of Reps, or you just rename, just have one legislature, give it any name you want. And now, you now say, okay, we'll now have the office of Governor General and the Prime Minister. Or let's have the office of Governor General only. Or let's have the office of Prime Minister. No President, no Governor General, nothing. Just Prime Minister. Or you can decide to say, okay, let's have a head of state. Section 130 of the Constitution gives the President 3 functions. One, he is the head of state of the country. 2, he is the chief executive officer of Nigeria. 3, he is the commander-in-chief. Now, you may now say, let us amend most of those sections that deal on the president, and now say we now have the office of head of state. No longer president. So, but you can't, for you now, to change any part of Chapter 4 or any part of Section 8.
Which is dealing with the state creation.
State creation and fundamental
human rights.
That one is more peculiar.
We understand also that part of what is making it difficult to have states created under the civilian government is as a result of the, will I use the word, bureaucratic protocols. Apart from the National Assembly, the committee working on this now, we also hear the need to pass it through the various state houses of assembly in Nigeria, where maybe two-third majority support will be needed or something like that.
No. For state creation, you need two-third majority of the National Assembly. Then 4/5 of the states. Because that is the part that is rigid. You need 4/5 of the states, not 2/3.
Isn't that obvious as to why it may not be a success story yet for this proposal? What happens if that level of support needed from the states' assemblies does not come?
The reason why it was
especially now that we're looking at additional state for the southeast. So if we have the other states' assemblies not giving their nod, is it not going to the exercise? Wouldn't it become a frustrated?
Of course, it will have. They would have succeeded in Scotland exercise. But the point is that the reason why this provision was put like that is to ensure that before any such thing could be done, that the entire country has seen the need to do it. If any part of the country feels that the need to do it is not very important, then they will vote against it.
Vote against it.
And that will be the end of it. So for you actually to do any of such things, the entire country must say yes. That's where equity lies. It should be done.
So we are hopeful that it's going to be a yes coming from the state assemblies whose position will be sought over this matter on the additional states to be created, especially for the southeast. We also hear that proposals have been submitted. We have Anioma State coming from the Igbo-speaking part of the riverine areas. We hear of Etiti State. We also hear of Adada State. At the end of the day, I think what the majority of the stakeholders want, or the citizens want, is let's have an equal balance of the number of states that belong to each geographical zone.
You see, it's, I agree to start with that the people who are requesting for Anioma states are our Igbo brothers and sisters. They are Igbo people. But we are not talking of an additional state for the Igbo people. No. We are talking of additional state for the southeast region of Nigeria. After all, it's not only in Delta that you have Igbo people. You also have, far more than Delta, over 60% of the indigenes of rivers are Igbos. There are Igbos in Cross River State. I know that Ibijakara, which is in Cross River, are Igbos. There are also few Igbos in Cross River. There are Igbos in Benue. There are some Igbos in Kogi. So we are not talking of all these places. We are talking of a geographical entity, not a political, and not a geopolitical entity. Igbo land. No. It's only when you talk of Igbo land that you can talk of Anioma people. But we're talking of Southeast, which is a geographical area.
So for you...
From point A to point B to point C to point D, that enclave that comes within the boundary of these 4 points that I've mentioned,
yes,
that is the Southeast. And that is the only place that the state being sought for can come from. It can't come from outside the Southeast.
All right. All right. So
if the Anioma people are requesting for state, we'll also support them because they are brothers. But for now, we're talking of the Southeast.
The Southeast. Well, signals are coming for us that our time is up. Honorable Barrister Nwabezugu, we must have to appreciate you for coming. We'll keep monitoring the turn of events as things begin to unfold. We just hope it's not going to end up being a mere academic exercise. We hope they're going to add action to the proposal, and let's see how far it goes. Thank you very much for coming to the show.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
It's always a wonderful time having you on our platform. Well, he's a former member of the Enugu State House of Assembly. He's a constitutional lawyer based here in Enugu. He's been our guest today. And then to come your way again, I remain Chris Animuogo. This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991 from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the 4 major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility. Helping others is not weakness. It is humanity. A kind word, a shared meal, a listening ear can change someone's life. You don't have to be rich to help. Compassion is the greatest wealth. Lend a hand when you can.
Ebe ụtụtụ nke nje ka na-ajụ ije nwaka wedebe igbo nwa chọwọ nwaka adụmọchụ ụjọ ugonne-ete ga-abịrị nwa chọwọ nwa igbo ụbọchị mmiri anyị jere nkwọ ọba anyị ụbọchị anyị jere nkwọ ọba anyị oge na-aba ya oge na-aba ya
Going by the strong belief and conclusions of a lot of people, that premarital relationships is the only gateway to attaining good marriages. I may have to ask you, if you believe this, hook, line, and sinker. It is on this note that will bring you this edition of Youth Focus on Aneke TV. It is a program that cares about the young people in all of their affairs. Everything they do, that's the program we are talking about. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, criticisms, motivations, and lots more. Then we give credence to you as a youth who is a regular viewer of this particular program. Thank you so much for being there with us. You can always find us on our social media handles, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube at Aneke TV. Then you see how amazing we can be with programs. Thank you. Believe me, I have important personalities today on the program as guests. Let me introduce to you, by my left is Mesoma Ogudire, who is a student. Mesoma, you're welcome.
Thank you so much.
And then I have a barrister, Nenna Anozie. She is the founder, Nenna Anozie Foundation. And she is the founder, Fresh Mama Skills Academy. You're welcome, barrister.
Thank you so much.
All right. Our topic for today is a relationship that will lead to marriage. And of course, this is the part 2 of it. A fortnight ago, we embarked on the part 1 of this particular topic, where we established the necessity of premarital relationships. And as a matter of fact, we tried to demarcate between relationship and the marriage. That's what's the difference between relationship and marriage. And again, we looked at why a lot of young people refuse to go into a relationship for the fear of premarital sex. And as a matter of fact, sometimes they get into marriages. What happened to such a marriage? All right, but today, let's continue from where we stopped by looking at what the essence of this marriage, the premarital relationship is. Barrister.
Okay, thank you so much, Obasi. It's always nice being here. I so much like this topic, and I was also delighted when I came and I saw a young person. Sometimes you don't get to hear some of these things in the churches, maybe in the pulpits and all of that. So it's a good thing Aneke TV is doing, presenting this topic. What's the essence of premarital relationship? So I will start by saying that you can't just as a grown-up person go into marriage, people think marriage is just something you go into then come out. It's like a lifetime thing. So before you embark on such a lifetime journey, wisdom demands that, first of all, you want to know that person you're going into that relationship with. You want to know what interests this person. You want to know the ideology of this person. You want to know what this person believes in. There was a post I made that said, if I understand your mindset, I will know who you are. So you need to know this person I want to go into marriage with. Even if it's for 2 months, 3 months, let me understand. I know you cannot know somebody in and out completely, but at least by conversing, talking with this person, relating with this person, before entering into the actual marriage, you can say, oh, I understand this person's belief, I understand this person's thought pattern, I understand this person's likes and dislikes. That is the essence of, it's not about sex. And that's why some young persons, that's where some young persons miss it. When you just think that premarital relationship is about sex. It's not about sex. And once you get involved in sex, you begin to have sex, you will not be able to be intentional about noticing some faults. Because that time of relationship or premarital relationship is a time you're purposeful, you are intentional, your spiritual and physical antennas are open.
Everything is at alert.
Everything is at alert.
Thank you so much. Let's hear from Mesoma before you continue. Mesoma, yes, what do you have to say about the necessity of...
I would say that premarital, like, relationship before marriage is very, very important. I'm not going to lie. In as much as, just like she said, you cannot get to know somebody. Like, you can't get to know somebody immediately, know the in and out of someone immediately. But I feel like you can't hide your character for long. One day you usually touch that temperament of them, and you will get to know them. There is no how you hide your character. Like, one day they will touch that particular spot in you, and you bring out yourself, something like that. So I feel...
Okay, go on.
I feel like it's very important because you get to know them, you get to know what they like, you get to know if you can blend with their character. If this person is someone you can live with, you can be in the same space with. Because the reason why we have most broken homes now is that most of them, they don't get to know their partners. So when you enter, you find out that this person you just got married to, you can't stay in the same space. This person will look, let's say, will be toxic to you, or the relationship will look toxic to you because you didn't get to know them, you didn't get to, but that relationship, during that time, that's when you get to know if you can actually stay with this person, if you can blend with this person, if you can understand this person, something like that. So.
All right, thank you so much. Barrister, I don't know if it's wrong for me to believe that before you finally met the man you are living with now, you were in a relationship before then?
With the man?
With the man, or either with the man or with someone else before you met him.
Okay, so
how did it
go? On the 15th of this month, that was 2 or 3 days ago, my marriage was 20 years. Yes. So I
congratulations.
My 20th wedding anniversary. And I looked back, I was like, it's already 20 years old. Can you imagine? You know, we saw ourselves, at that time he was already a pastor. I was just a church member, and I didn't say, oh, because he was a pastor, he was perfect. Therefore, once he came, I would just, no. We met in November the previous year, and we got married in October the next year. So that's like almost 1 year. We were trying to understand ourselves. We were courting. Yeah, I think that's the word. We were courting. We were in a courtship. We were in a relationship. So the things I couldn't have looked at his way as an ordinary pastor to me, but because I want to go into marriage with him, I was observing everything. So when he's speaking, I was, Oyenka, am I sure I'll be able to live with Oyenka? You know, so you are intentional because you have, it's like a business. You have something is at stake. Your life is at stake.
And it's also fun to hear that pastors, when they're on the pulpit, they see they are married, even seated in the church.
For God, they're not human beings. They are human beings, and they don't want to make mistake, and they want to abide by the Bible.
Wonderful.
You must marry from the
Okay.
So, but beyond that, I didn't just go in. I said no. For almost 1 year, November the previous year to October the next year, we were trying to understand ourselves. Just like she said, time is a revealer. You see, anything that's happening, give it time. Time will reveal who is pretending. One day you touch that, you know the temperament of that person, how the person gets angry, how the person speaks. You monitor the friends. Because I see, in my profession as a lawyer, I've seen few months, 5 months marriages coming to me to say we want divorce. I'm telling you. And in fact, there was even one from the hotel the day they got wedded. From the day they got wedded in the hotel where they should be doing honeymoon, they were quarreling. And I was like, what is the problem? Is it that you people did not see these things? But it's just that they see those red flags, but they choose to ignore it. They choose to make excuses of it because maybe they've started enjoying sex, or maybe they're enjoying money, or maybe they're just desperate. They want to go into marriage. These are things that make them to look away from those red flags they see during those premarital, or some of them don't even go into premarital relationship because they are trying to avoid sex, like you said. Sex is not all there is about premarital relationship.
And you are saying that someone doesn't have to be desperate in going into marriage.
You don't have to, because see, I was just coming out from where I spoke to women. I say, marriage, your marital status does not define you. In fact, as a matter of fact, nothing even defines you. It's your character that defines you. When you speak, when you do anything, I will know, oh, this person, this is who you are. So don't allow any societal construction define you. Oh, she's not a married woman. She's a divorcee. She doesn't have children. And that's why you are going crazy, all out, being desperate. You are going to all the prayer houses to get married, to get children. I counsel women. I say, no. These things don't define you, and they should not be what gives you joy. So that each one you are entering into, you open your eyes very well. So be it a relationship, open your eyes. Look well. When I got married 20 years ago, my husband came to me not having a car, not having a bicycle, not having anything. Hello. But today, we can count so many things that God has blessed us with.
You tell us more of that. Let's get to Mesoma. Mesoma, how has it been?
Being in a relationship.
With a relationship.
Relationship requires a lot, actually. It requires, like say, trust, relationship. Love itself is pain.
Tell us your
Love
personal
itself
experience. Personal experience.
Speaking of personal experience, I've been in I've been in a relationship before, and probably not just one relationship, but I've gotten to know people, both as friends. Relationship is not just about someone you have like sexual relationship with. I've had relationship just as friends, normal relationship. It's just mostly trust and understanding. You have to learn to trust someone you're with. You have to trust that they're honest. You have to trust that whatever they tell you, they are being honest with you. You have to be transparent. You have to be open. For you to be in a relationship with someone, you have to know that you don't have to hide yourself, your personal self, your lifestyle from the person. Because it's like someone you are trying to get to know. This is someone you are hoping for a future with. You don't know where it's leading to. Whether friendship or relationship with opposite gender or something. You don't know where it's leading. So you have to be transparent. You have to be open-minded. You have to be ready to be honest. You don't have to hide yourself. You have to understand the person. You need to learn to be understanding for a relationship to grow. You have to be understanding. You have to also be caring. If you love someone, you have to care for the person. It's not. You have to want to wish something good for them, like a good future for them or something. You have to look out for them. So it's been a roller coaster. Let me use that word. Being in relationships.
All right.
At least I've gotten to understand different personalities of people.
Okay.
And I will not say I'm perfect now, but at least I've known the kind of personality I can blend with and the kind I cannot blend.
So if now becomes the time for marriage, you are ready to go. You are good to go. If it's now you're joining us, it's Youth Focused on Aneke TV. And our topic has been relationship that will lead to marriage, part 2 of it. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasa, and I'll be here with wonderful personalities. This is Mesoma Ogudire, who is a student, and I have Barrister Nena Anozie. Thank you so much. Let's continue. Barrister, let us look for a way we identify the best approaches to who is a good partner. That is, for a beginner now, how do you identify somebody who is good for a relationship that will probably metamorphose into marriage?
Okay, thank you, Obasi. There's no strict way because God is all-knowing. In fact, even the Bible says that the heart of man is desperately wicked. Who can know it? Okay, but when it comes to relationship, being intentional, like Mesoma said that with the experiences she has had, she could say, okay, I know the kind of people I can be with and those I cannot be because she has seen them. And I always tell people, even as a young lady or as a young man, before you think about marriage or entering into any kind of relationship, first of all, know what's you. Who are you? Because you can't give what you don't have. Who are you? Are you a good person? Yes, so I have to look out for a good person too that can be my friend.
Do you think anybody will believe he or she is a bad person?
Okay, that means you are lying to yourself. You don't want to tell yourself the truth because in your life, starting from your family, people, your parents will say, you are lazy, you are like this, you are like that. They will be telling you. Friends would have been telling you. And if you tell yourself the truth, you will know yourself. So if you have known yourself that you're a good person, look for a good person. And how will you know the person? Look at what does the person believe? What does the person believe in? What faith does he or she profess? Is he in the same faith with you? Like I come from the church angle, who will say don't be unequally yoked together with unbelievers. You're a believer. You go and marry someone who is not a believer. Anything you see, you take. So it depends. That's why I say it depends.
Barrister, who will marry those unbelievers?
They have unbelievers too.
Then how will they repent to make heaven?
That is what I'm saying. If for instance, you want to use me to begin to test, like what we do in Igbo land. A man will be an ohogori. God forgive me, or you, with all due respect to men, they will see an ohogori man and they will say, Jenunya wine, go and marry for him. Have you not heard it before?
And sometimes when he's been married for, the ohogori will go away from his life.
It's a lie.
That's the power of women.
They use women to pursue madness. That's the genesis of gender-based violence in homes, domestic violence. Because the man will begin to unleash the ohogori. Even if the ohogori will go, he will unleash it first of all on the woman. The woman will take it. So when you look at these things, you ask yourself, why do you go into such a relationship in the first place? When you have noticed that this person is an ohogori man, this person is not in the same faith and belief as you. So when you are saying marry somebody who will marry an unbeliever. Imagine as I am now, I marry you, an unbeliever, and I come in the man and say, let's pray. Good morning. Say, which one is? Come on, get out. For how long will I endure? I would have been abused for so long before your holiness will leave. No. So the best thing is who you are will determine who you look out for. And what do you look out for before entering? To know whether this relationship is even going to start. This person, is he a truthful person? Who are his friends? They say, show me your friend, I'll tell you who you are. Who are his friends? Where does he come from? His family background. I always link to the Bible. Even Abraham told the servant, please, don't go anywhere. Go to my kindred. He said, come and swear. He even made the man to swear that you must go to my people to get married, a wife for my son Isaac. Yes. And he traveled all the way. So there's something that has to do with your family, your background.
Yeah, let me pick something from that ohogoliness.
Not even viewers will understand what is ohogoli.
Barrister is trying to say that you don't get married to an ohogoli man because domestic violence is bound to occur. But a lot of the divorces we see today, they didn't start with a ohogoli man. A lot of them started with responsible men. And along the line, something happened.
But they didn't look well. They didn't see the holiness in that man.
They
didn't search. At that time, that man, they would have gone out one day, and the man would react anyhow to the friends. It may not be to you. You see, Papa, your baby girl, baby. But the next person is an animal on that person. The family, the friends, the way he reacts. Even when two of you are seated in a bus going somewhere, the way he shout at the bus driver or just be intentional. The challenge is that our young people are not intentional about the day. When we were cutting, I told my husband, I said, do you know I've known the kind of person you are? He said, how do you know? I said, look at it now, like this, like that. So you must know, but you may choose to ignore it, and whatever you see.
You have re-emphasized on being intentional.
Yes.
Ms. Oma, it is good one becomes intentional, but let's target with time. For how long should one be in a relationship before marriage to apply that intentions and that focus of trying to know if that person or that man is responsible or an ohogoli man?
Speaking from experience, Sha, I don't think most is enough for you to get to know someone. But okay. I can't say, just because nowadays if you are in a relationship for long, they'll be like, they target something else, or it's like you're wasting your time. So I'll be like, for me, I'll say talking stage of being in a relationship should last like a year and
talking
above.
Stage
Or relationship should last like a year and above, because this man.
What do you mean by talking stage, please?
Okay, talking stage. I can say talking stage when you're getting.
You do nothing other than talking.
Yes, nothing.
Like you sit down and talk all day.
Nothing sexual. Nothing. Okay. Nothing, we like say romantic. They will smart caring, but not like romantic or something like that. But at least friendship. I'll just call it innocent friendship. Let me use the word innocent friendship. You guys get to know each other, know your likes, dislikes, your friends, hang out, and all of that. So that's what we mean by talking stage. But speaking from experience, I'll be like a year and should be enough, because you cannot hide your character for up to a year. One day in that 12 months, something must happen.
But what do you have to say about we've seen partners in a relationship who have lasted for 7, 8 years, and even more than that, and the relationship continues without marriage?
Without marriage?
Yes.
It will still lead to marriage one day. Probably when they feel, maybe the guy is facing some, like, he's still getting to be financially stable or something like that. Because money is another thing. Before you go into marriage, you have to consider the financial capability of the guy. And you have to consider, even you as a guy, you have to consider your finance, because it's not easy to like raise a home. It's not easy to like cater for people, to take care of people. You have to be financially stable. You have to have money.
Barrister, I don't know why you choose to laugh profusely on this particular one. Yes, you know, Imesoma is a young person.
Yeah, why I'm laughing is because she made it look like money is gender-based. You know,
Okay.
I like to balance gender. So she was talking as if money is gender-based. That it's only the man that should prepare financially.
Okay. I'm be stable financially, yes.
You know, because I know that if the woman is financially stable and you have content for 6 years,
okay,
and you are seeing that it's money that is holding this man, why not bring her money? Let two of you marry now.
It's not possible.
It's not possible. No.
It's not possible. Even as a normal Igbo man, like as an Igbo man, or like, let me not just generalize as Igbo. As a man, you should not allow a woman to like bring money for wedding or bride price or something like that. It's not possible. Like, it's not supposed.
It's not supposed.
Maybe when you guys are married, when you must have used your money to like get married to her or something like that, she can be supportive inside the marriage, but not to use her money to get married to you or something like that, or to get married to herself.
But do we establish this as a fact?
No, it's not. No.
What do you have to say?
You know, I understand where she's coming from. That's the norm, the social construct, the tradition is that a man will bring money. In fact, your family will ask you, self. I remember when I was getting married, they asked me, does your husband have 4 legs? 4 legs, Bumoto. Does he have this? Does he have that? Where does he work? And all? Nobody remembers the woman. And it continues to be our challenge today. I always tell people, poverty is not the face of a woman. So in this time, I think we should pass, the mindset of our young people should be changed, or should be made to change. That if you are in a relationship and you see that this man is struggling, because if you are not able to do it, you won't be able to do it in mess of man when you marry. If you do it one day, do it, you say, I'm the only one providing in this home. What are you doing as a man?
No.
But if I understand, but no, if you have,
you will take your turn. You will take your turn
to love this man, and you have done
unconditionally.
Yes, you have checked, and you people are good. The only thing remaining now is money, and you are a medical doctor earning so much, and the guy is still struggling financially. Who will know that you are the one bringing money? Just say, honey, maybe it's money that is holding us. Both of you will do your thing and finish and enter. Nobody will. That's why even now we are not telling people, if you're a young lady, even though Bible says he that finds a woman, a wife finds a woman, but nothing stops you. You have now friends. You have been intentional about, relating with
and
this
getting
person,
ready to get married.
Two of you are okay with yourselves, but maybe the man lacks the courage to come and tell you, I want to marry you. You can position yourself, read the Bible. Somebody like mother-in-law to Ruth, what's her name again? Is it Naomi? Naomi. She told the daughter-in-law how to position herself to be able to be attractive to Boaz. So you can position yourself.
That happened in the Bible too?
Yes, of course. She when you go there, lie like this, do like this. And the man noticed her. So nothing stops you from talk like this. But that is true. Because if you are waiting, the man may not pick the courage. And the moment you now move out, the guy will say he's heartbroken.
I think we'll have better understanding of what being intentional is all about.
Honestly, if not.
Thank you so much. Yes, we've spoken about this from the angle of having money to begin marriage. Yes. Let's talk about love and understanding now. Okay. As a principle, I may say, let's assume good relationship is such a relationship that will end up in marriage. Any bad relationship will not end up in marriage. Thank you so much. We have been on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. We want to observe a short break. We shall be right back.
Welcome to Aneke TV, the heartbeat of culture, truth, and innovation. From breaking news to inspiring documentaries, from grassroots traditions, mysteries of life to global perspectives, we'll tell your stories. We amplify your voice and your vision. With every screen we light up, we connect, inform, and empower. It's more than a television. This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Thank you so much. Back from the short break. We are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. We have discussed and we are continuing discussing the topic relationship that will lead to marriage, part 2. And I've been here with wonderful guests. I have Mesoma Ogudire here, who is a student, and I have an older person who is a barrister, Nena Anozie. She is the founder, Nena Anozie Foundation, and she is also the founder, Fresh Mama Skills Academy. Let's continue. Before we went on the break, we were talking about the principles of a good relationship that will lead to good marriages. We talked about the money and what money stands and who brings the money and who do not bring the money. And of course, Barrister, your position was that whosoever that had the money at the moment should bring it. In as much as the money solves the problem. Yes. And the Mesoma said no, that the man has to bring the money home. Yes.
Not in every situation.
Okay.
But in terms of marriage, I feel like the man has to be the one to provide the money for the marriage.
What if it's a man you love so much and he doesn't have the money at the moment to get married to you, while you have the money in your account?
Love is patience. You be patient when the money
comes. You wait as long as the money...
You can give him money to invest in something that will give him more money to come and marry you. But to bring out your money and give to him, take, come and pay my bride price. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. Even to you as a man, it's a slap on your face. That's not supposed.
Okay. Barrister, I may take this as just Mesoma's submission, which I don't think you believe.
It's not really a submission. That's the submission of most young people.
Okay.
They don't believe that I should give a man my money to come and marry me. You know, you do some things out of wisdom, not because you... as long as you are not desperate. You know, we are talking about relationship. Both of you have related for years. Okay? And you love what you're seeing. He loves you. You love him. What is now remaining is money. Yes, patience is okay, but who knows that it's you that brought the money? After all, do you not buy him things? Do you not? So you can just use it and say, okay, that money you want to give him to invest in his business. But yeah, take this money. And let's see how we can start up a life. After all, the Bible says, he that finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor. Maybe I'm that favor you're waiting for to make your money. I've seen so many, even mine is an example. I was telling my husband 3 days ago, that was our 20th wedding anniversary, that can you see we are fulfilling scripture? You came to marry me without even a bicycle. Today, how many cars have you read? That will tell you that I am a good thing, and you have obtained favor from the Lord. So maybe if you had not married me now, you still be a poor man. So that is how it is. So sometimes you just shift away from the norm, especially the social norm, that how can a woman bring money to, nobody cares. The most important thing is that this person you are caring for is not an ohogori.
Okay.
This person you are caring for is somebody that you know that loves me and I love him, and we have courted for years or for a long time. We've known ourselves and we can stay together. So why wait until what is even money? Who determines? Because that's another social construction. You are waiting for when you do elaborate wedding. You can walk into the registry and do your marriage this thing without much, as long as that young man has a steady means of income. You too, you have. All right. So both of you are earning. But now it is more to come and do the societal wedding that everybody will see that, hey, Mesoma is married though. It's not your own Mesoma. You know, so it can be done. Do you get? So that is it. You don't need to wait for that. There will always be time for celebration. I was telling my husband, we don't need to celebrate it. He said, no, we say, because we may not have celebrated a lot of things in the past because we didn't have the money. So as the money is coming, if you did not celebrate your wedding very well, you can celebrate child dedication. You can celebrate the housewarming. So just do your small wedding that will accommodate your level at that time. That way, you stop this long cutting without any, as long as you are sure you have checked all the things you need to check, and we are okay.
Alison Mesoma is convinced now, and I believe our viewer is also convinced that since you can give a male partner in a relationship money to invest in a business, you can also bring the money for marriage. It doesn't make any.
I will stick to the point where she said, not where she said you can give, because I won't, but I can stick to the part where she said maybe you can do the wedding you can afford for now. And then maybe later on, like, I'll use this celebrity, like, they know her as Roy Pekin. She just recently did her dream wedding. She called it her dream wedding. But she had gotten married before, and she has done, like, a traditional marriage and all of that. But now that they now have money, she did her dream wedding, like she did it with her husband. So you can as well do the one you can afford, even if it's just to pay the dowry and parents handover and all of that, or even court marriage. It doesn't require much. Then when you have your own money, when you have the money, you can come and we'll do our dream wedding. It's not like you will not be supportive, or you will support, but in the case where the man is not like doesn't have money and you want to give him your own money to come and marry you back.
I believe somebody is happy you've spoken like this. All right. On the principles of good relationship that will lead to good marriage, let's bring love to the table.
Okay.
What's the place of love in a good relationship?
Love. Love is good.
And sacrifice too.
In a relationship, but it depends on the definition of love. You know, what we define as love sometimes is the person is giving me money, the person is caring. They're all part of love. But do you know that love is commitment? Because when people are saying, I love you, then one party falls sick, you abandon the person. Where is the love? There's no communication. Where is love? There's no giving. Where is love? There's no trust. Where is the love? So love is too much. It's so it has a lot inside of it. Love means, you know, if you say there's love in this relationship that can lead to marriage, it means that I am ready to sacrifice, even like what we were talking about now, I'm ready to sacrifice what I know to be the norm just because I want to be with you. So I can give you my money, let's do this. And love means I trust you. When you say I am here, I believe you. Love means commitment. I am committed to this relationship. I want to see it succeed, no matter how risky or whatever it is. I am committed to it. I give you my word. I am open to you. I have your time and all of that. That is love. So love is very, very important in any relationship. But like I always tell people, when I got married, I didn't understand love. Because even with that long time of our courtship, we were just being a normal person. It's just that I was intentional about trying to know who he was, his family, his friends, what he was doing for a living and all of that. But in terms of what we now call love, hey, I love you, I can't say it. But I discovered that when we got married and we are committed to this, because somebody like me, for 3 years, I didn't have a child to start with, 3 good years. So that is another test of love. Because that's the time somebody may come to suggest to you or your husband, though in Nigeria, once there's any issue of infertility, the woman will suffer. That's why when you come to anywhere, praying house, anywhere, they'll say a woman with a barren woman. You know a barren man, because men are not barren. So the whole point will go to you, and that may be the time your husband may want to leave, your husband may want to go and start dating another woman. So to me, if we are together at that point where we are having issues, that is love. So you have shown commitment, you have shown serious love. To me, that is love. Not that one you are confessing. Love is action, what you are doing during that relationship that will now tell this person, oh, I can go into this marriage with this person and it will work because I've seen commitment to this friendship or relationship. I've seen trust. I've seen open communication. I've seen affection. Not so you're calling, somebody calls you on the phone. Oh, Dad, my dear, I'm sick. I can't come out. Why can't you come out? Really, please, just find a way to come out. Dress up and come out. I want to show you to my friends. There's no empathy. There's no compassion. So that is not love. Are we following? Are we following? Mm-hmm. So that is it. So if you say you love me, you must be able to show it in your attitude towards me, towards what I like, towards my friends, towards my family, towards my dream, my vision. Not when I tell you I like politics. Here! No, I don't like politicians. Women who are politicians. Hey, or I say I like to write. You say, please, you know what I need? I need your attention. You are busy. You know? So what does the person love what you love? Your dream, your vision?
Thank you, Barrister. Thank you, Barrister. Sorry for cutting you short. I want to bring it to Mesoma from the dimension of the saying that love is blind. To what extent is love blind? Is it really blind? If love can see all of these things that Barrister has mentioned here, how is love blind in a relationship?
I feel like the term love is blind is not in connection to what she just said, I feel like that's like love is in the eyes of the beholder. That's where that particular statement is going to.
Okay.
Or will I say love? You know, in some relationships, when she spoke about overlooking flaws, I feel like that's where love is blind comes in. Maybe someone next to you, like a friend, can be like, this is something your guy does that is not okay. But you might not be seeing it because love is blind at that point. Maybe because you actually love that person, you choose to just overlook that flaw. So speaking of, you were talking about something, you were saying, you asked her, you asked her to explain love, what she sees, like how important love
The
is in a
place of
relationship.
love in a relationship.
I feel
yes.
like nowadays people mistake love for lust or lust for love. Lust is a very different thing and love is a different thing. Just like she said, love is commitment, love is endurance, love is still patience, and love is still pain. But lust is when you see someone and you be like, this girl is fine or this boy is fine, and then you just want to have something to do with them and you mistake it for love. It's just you looking at the physical things and then you want to get that physical thing you're seeing, and then you mistake it for love. While love, you can see there are people in a relationship and they love each other and they don't even add, will I say, premarital sex to it. They're just in a relationship and love is there, commitment is there, and they are hoping for, and you find out that those relationships are the one that leads to marriage. But you see those relationships whereby you like add, will I say, sexual attractions to. It's just about loss. With time, when you stop gaining that and like when you stop getting that thing.
What if you don't
or
stop?
something.
What if you don't stop getting it?
So,
Are you saying that all of the marriages we have seen, there was no premarital relationship
in some
before
cases,
the marriage?
that's why I use the word in some cases. So it's like will I say, it's like 60% chances that those relationships they don't lead to marriage. That's why some men they will have this kind of, let's say, happening babes
Do you have a statistical backup to what you are saying?
Okay.
Like you carried out a research to
I would like to say I
come
had
to
this
this finding?
friend. I had this friend that was in school then that was more like a baddie and more like a social person. She was in a relationship with this guy. They stayed from, at least I was very sure of my 100 level to final year they were together. But after school, the guy traveled out, came back like a few months after traveling, went to do business. I was like, came back and got married to someone else and know how he broke up with her. So I would say more like the girl he got married to, when you see the girl, you will not believe that like this guy can settle for this kind of person. But there's something beyond being a baddie that you saw in her. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Don't think that something must have happened somewhere along the line?
Nothing. He just said that he
Was
wants
there-
to
was-
get married to a home girl. He called it home girl. You see? But she was the type, she was the one following him to parties in school, following him out, like going to clubs, having sex, doing everything like in a relationship. Not like she's a bad person or I call her like a bad person or like what she was bad, but let's say it was like things of the world then, something like that. To him, it's like that's not like someone you can keep at home. So I will not define, I'll call that lost. Probably they were both lost in each other. There was love, but there was still some of lost in that love.
Okay, thank you so much. Barrister, there's this other saying that when there is no money, there's no love. Like if the guy doesn't have money or if there's no money in a relationship, count love out. Are there relationships that has no love and they exist because there's no money?
Mr. Bassi, money is good. Even the Bible says money answers all things. But when you bring issue of money in a relationship, you're already making a mistake. It's part of the lust that mess up man. Because you are looking at something you will get from something. And money can develop wings. You can see the person who got married today because he had money. Then tomorrow, the person doesn't have again. What do you do? So money, as if we are talking about money, is about contentment. I would say contentment with godliness is great gain. So if you are in a relationship where you can still meet your daily requirements, Bible say give us this day. It didn't say give us these days because those days are not even promised. So the day, as long as you can afford to feed today, clothe today, then be content with it. Money or no money. I got married to my husband myself. I didn't even, people will say, what are you doing? I didn't even bother. Because I told myself, you too, you have two hands now, you can walk. So the place of money and relationship or money and love should not be mixed. Love means more than just what you can see. Love means more than just what you are getting. Love means that this person is someone that I have seen, he has the same ideas with me, he has the same mindset, he understands me, I understand him, he knows my vision and I know his vision. We have a goal we want to achieve, we have something in common. You understand? We our dreams, everything. So that is, to me, is even more than money. So any young person who is trying to compare money and love, we are not saying that. And you know, when we say money, it depends on how much you are looking for. Because even those people you are looking at that has money, they are also looking for more money. So you can never, human wants, the economists will say, are insatiable. So, but as long as you have God, God will continue to provide for you people. For these 20 years, I've seen God consistently provide for us. In fact, it's a whole lot. If I start sharing my experience there, you say it's a lie. So, God is number one. Then God will give you what you'll be using to sustain that relationship that will lead to marriage. Or even when you are in marriage, there's no money the way you feel that there should be money. Manage those ones you have. And as time goes on, God will keep making a way and money will come.
But I want to ask this question. Are you writing out premarital sex in a relationship before marriage, outrightly?
Okay, so as a child of God, I'm doing that because you know why it's not good? Even if I'm not a child of God, you know why I will not subscribe to premarital sex? It's because, like, we've had a lot of people say, you broke my heart. Mr. Emeka broke your heart because he had sex with you. Mr. Okeke broke your heart because he had sex with you. So if you keep having sex, I've had some men say that they cannot marry somebody they did not sleep with. That they must sleep with. Some people will say, some men will say, some of these Igbo men, that you even get pregnant. So that I'm sure. And look at that girl she gave as an example.
But Barrister, I'm thinking that this breaking of heart is interwoven.
Yeah, it's interwoven.
Men can complain
yes,
that.
Yes, that's what
good.
I'm saying. But look at this one now. After you have made that and maybe that girl wasn't even the clubbing type, but just to satisfy you because you are the friend. She followed you to clubs, did all that to you. You now went out, came back and said you want to marry a homely person. Who are you dumping that one for? So, imagine all the sex she has had with the guy. She will now go and start with another person.
Are you counting that?
Yes, you are counting it because the man will still come back and say, I want to marry a virgin. I want to marry someone that is like this. So, the best thing is to avoid
please. Let me bring this to your notice through Mesoma. When in a relationship, I am thinking that a lot of things are involved. Yes. A whole lot of things. Love is involved. You have to manage love the way it should be managed. Money is involved. Understanding is involved. Prayer is involved. Then sex is involved. Why is she picking on sex as if everything is about sex?
She used the word because I'm a child of God.
Okay.
So she's speaking from her own perspective. I feel like everybody have their own point of view. Me, I would say in the world we are in now. Yes, so we should not go for the word in sense. But in the world we are in now, I feel like sex also builds a relationship. In the world,
builds it?
Like it helps it to move forward.
Okay.
Like something like that.
Okay.
Love to money, most important. Commitment, very important. Let's say patience, understanding, respect, trust. Trust is the main pillar in a relationship. Why I said
when
money,
you are trustworthy.
Yes, and when you can also trust, when you have the ability to trust. Some people, they have gone through toxic relationships where they trust people the most and then they end up hurting them. It's always hard to go back trust them. But I feel like trust is like the pillar of a relationship. Then speaking of money, money.
You are back to this money.
You were asking now. Speaking of money, even when money is support, I'll say money is support. When I come to you as my boyfriend or let's say as someone I'm in a relationship with and I tell you that I have a business idea or I have something I want to do, it's money you use to support me. You use words of encouragement.
What if you don't have?
That's why it is important. That's why I've had guys too say that they cannot go into a relationship because they don't have money. Because they cannot, you cannot see your partner sick and you'll not be able to help out. You cannot see your partner need something that you won't be able. The girl will surely cheat. The girl will surely cheat. It's a must. If we are in a relationship now and I come to you for assistance and then
no,
you
we
don't
are not
have, I'm assuming.
Okay, all of assumption. Okay.
So and I come to you for help or for financial assistance and you say you don't have. and then I see someone else that has or that is willing to give, even if there is nothing to exchange in common, but you see that your attention will get divided with the person that can be able to give you, and that's where cheating comes in. So I feel like I've had some of my friends that are male, like they are guys, they'll be like, you ask them why they don't want to be in a relationship, they'll be like, they're not yet financially capable or something like that. So I feel like money will help to like keep a relationship too. When you have money, there's no reason.
All right, Barrister, I think Mesoma has made wonderful points. You know, when you were speaking about sex, you said you are a child of God. And for that reason, sex should not be involved in any premarital relationship until after marriage, isn't it?
Not just because I'm a child of God, I was also feeling for that man or woman who will be going about, because you're not sure this person will marry you. So after having sex with Mr. A and the flops, it did not lead to marriage. You go in another time. Before you say it, you have slept with more than 10 men. And you know, this is like, God. And you know, these days, before I remember how they used to advertise condom and all. These things are no longer being advertised. So you're having unprotected sex with these people. Anything can happen. You can contract diseases. You are exchanging, your self-dignity. That's how I see it. So it's not just about being a Christian. If you are not a Christian who believes that you should not sleep with a man before marriage, how about your personal integrity? I have slept with Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. D, and it did not lead to marriage. And must I now? And that's why women are the most vulnerable when it comes to this. Do you see them? Because men don't get so much emotionally attached to you because they have sex with you. But a woman, once you have sex with her, she's emotionally attached to you. So anything you do, she will count it as heartbreak. And the man will be like, how did I break your heart? Do you get it? But because she has slept with you. So that's why I'm saying it's not about, apart from being godly, your own personal worth. I can't just, because Emeka said you want to marry me and we are dating for 2-3 days, months, and now say, okay, this one will lead to marriage. Don't you know that men even deceive women when they know that they are so desperate about marriage? You see a man will come and say, I want to marry you just to sleep with you. After sleeping with you for 5-6 months, you dump you and go to another person.
Barrister.
So it's for us to be able to know that one that will lead to marriage. So that even if you're having sex with that one, you say, okay, I'm sure that she, and that's why some of them will even go as far as getting pregnant and attaching it to the man. You now hook up the man because you are pregnant. And that's what leads to domestic violence, because the man, you may not be the man's spec. He just wanted to have fun. But you were thinking as a woman that with that fun he's having, he's emotionally
Most of us, don't you
attached.
think that the fun itself is interwoven?
Yes, no,
Yes.
ways.
But Barrister, you're speaking as if one is taking advantage of the other.
Women are the most vulnerable. Because
yes,
a woman
just like
cannot
she
wake up
said.
and go to a man and say, please, I want to be come and be my boyfriend so that we'll be having sex.
Some do that behaviorally.
Yes, behaviorally, but how many? One out of how many? So most times it's the men that will approach a woman because you have seen a beautiful lady. You want to take advantage, but you can't tell her, Mason, I want to take advantage of you. Please come and be my friend so that I will have sex with you. You know what is at the back of your mind. If you look at Mason and feel that she will be needing marriage, the next thing is to promise her marriage. And if her quest to marry now submits her body and have sex because sex is part of premarital relationship, anything you see, you take.
Mason, I might have something to say.
Those are part of the challenges of relationships, because there are so many challenges. I don't know if we are looking into that in relationships, challenges that we face in relationships. I had a friend, or let's say I have a friend, that she came from an abusive home, a home where she watched her parents fight, watched her dad beat her mom, and then because of that, when you talk with her, she'll be like she doesn't want to be in a relationship, like the trauma and everything. So just like you said, when you find the right person, but these men of nowadays, they are sheeps in wolf clothing. Have you heard the David say?
Wolves
they are wolves in sheep's clothing. So
some of them are.
Most of them are. I feel like most of them are wolves in sheep's clothing. So you cannot basically know like the ones that are good and the ones that are bad, because almost everybody now is pretending. But one thing I advise young girls is that don't go into any relationship where you have to fake who you are, where you have to pretend to be who you are not. Just like that, my friend, that just like exactly what she said, not like she's the clubbing type or like she's the social type, but because that's the kind of girls the guy said he wanted then, or that's how the guy pictured himself, like that's kind of girls is attracted to or something, like she had to blend, she had to go that far and all of that. So I feel like you don't have to pretend to be who you are not. like me too personally, I've had that experience where I had to like hide this part of my life just to blend to this part of this life or something like that. So I feel like when you're in love with someone, you have to, you have to be in love with what they love. You have to love what they love. You have to make sure that that person loves what you love, and you know.
And I think it's rare. I think it's rare.
You guys can blend, even if not. Basically, there are some men that will be like, you cannot change what I want, or you cannot change what I like, or something. At least, even if you've not found the one that loves what you want, you find the one that you can be able to convince, or you can be able to be like, that can sacrifice. That's why when you see someone that loves the person, be able to sacrifice, the person can blend and all of that. So I feel like the relationship is just a roller coaster.
All right, thank you so much. This is Mesoma Ogudire, a student. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, Barrister Nena Anozie, the founder Nena Anozie Foundation, and the founder Fresh Mama Skills Academy. Thank you so much for coming. And our viewer, thank you so much. It has been a nice time we shared with you, discussing relationship that will lead to marriage, part 2. Hope you learned your lessons. Watch out for part 3 that will be coming soon. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. Thank you so much.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Abia State, nicknamed God's own state, was created on August 27, 1991 from the old Imo state by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the 4 major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group.